What is up, party people? All right, great day. Had a day off, or kind of had a day off. Started, but rain last night. Blah 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 blah. Construction stuff. So I I sat back, put my big boy shoes on, and last night I watched Travis explain mirages. A few of you were there. It was special, very special. I'm gonna go ahead and hurry up and open the panel now. If you guys want to join the panel, in my description is the Discord to the bunker. You guys can join there to listen in, or if you want to join in the conversation, or just type in the chat. Either way. Also, the Truth Frontline, that is still my server. That one, nothing very happens too often there. Good conversation, but it is a flat Earth site. I don't stream from there. I stream from the bunker. More importantly, February 8th, I'm going to be hosting the fights, the UFC 247 fights, John Jones, some other guy. More information coming on that. I got some things I want to try to figure out to make it more workable. But information on that soon. Now that I'm done pimping myself out for promos, I'm gonna go ahead and open the Discord, see what the hell they're talking about, and then we'll get into what happened last night. But more importantly, let me get in the chat and say what's up to you guys. Keep forgetting to do that. I apologize. Oh, what's up, No Name? What's up, Brainery? What up, Sean? What up, Darkseed? What up, John Stock? How you doing? It's been a while. What's up, Howard? What's up, Metal? See you in you're in Discord. Who else? What up, Lori? How you doing? Cool story, bro. Who else is here? What up, 522 to 1? That's creative and change of a name. What up, Mav64? How you doing? What up? What up, Bearded Devil? AKA Erebus. And that is it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open Discord real quick. We'll see what they're talking about, and then we'll get into this whole Travis phenomena. Here we go. Let me turn my headphones on.
Oh, sure. That's good choice of words.
Did you like that?
Yeah, that's awesome.
So what did I walk into, guys? Whatever you guys are talking about, everyone got to hear the very tail end of it.
Noise.
Did they catch the echoing lesbians in space?
Yes, they did.
Oh dear. Yeah, farmer, shut up.
Oh, don't blame me.
Damn foreigners.
Foreigners. Damn
Foreigners.
foreigners.
Hi, Sean.
How you doing, Chris? Today's such a great day, Chris. You can't even ruin this day, Chris.
But I've been waiting for you all day, Sean.
Have you? That's kind of psychotic and weird.
I can make you question yourself, Sean, if you want. Poof.
Poof. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, I wish you were on yesterday. I was so pissed off you didn't stop by yesterday because there were so many opportunities. Go ahead and switch this over. All right. Hey, what up, Mark? How you doing, sir?
He's muted.
Yeah, no worries. You're gonna like this topic today, Crash.
I know I will.
Okay, so I was starting to discuss this over at the YouTube side, but I decided to come here first because all of you guys love hearing about Travis. And I want to preface this right now so it's on the record. I told Toady I would keep it respectful with Travis. I have decided, fuck Toady, and that I say that in the most respectful way. I don't disrespect Toady on that. I'm just saying, all gloves are off again because that dude. Check this out. So for one, he's coming to California, gonna do the Anacapa Island observation. Told me if I pay him $500, he'll meet up. Right? Last night, I'm in his fucking chat, and I'm kind of BSing with Ice to See, who's gonna be my new girlfriend. Just so you guys know, just kidding, 100% fucking joke.
Better.
I don't think it is.
No, I decided though I'm gonna woo her away from Travis, away from the dark
Wait,
side.
do short people
Yeah.
get a date?
Okay. Yeah. I can mute you anytime. Hang on. So I'm BSing back and forth, and Travis won't let me on his panel. He tells her because I called him a liar. Now, yes, as of the day after the Jose breakdown, I took gloves off, but now I'm pronouncing that I'm taking these gloves off. Matter of fact, this is my rant, so everyone shut up. Okay. Travis keeps telling people I called him a liar. After the day of his blow up, I had stopped because of Toady. That's why I had backed off. That's why no one heard me responding to him. That's why actually we were on the panel together, and I kept it respectful. This fucking dude keeps telling people I'm disrespectful. I told him he's a liar. This asshole says, Sean, you give me $100, I'll let you on my panel. I say, after that shit, I'd rather give it to Ice to See. Ice to See says, send it to my PayPal. I said, you know what? I'm not feeding in to Travis's BS. If it was your stream, I'd pay you. Talking to Ice to See. Then C4. We all know C4. C4 was there. He says, hey, Travis, if I give Ice to See the $100, can Sean then go on your panel? He says, no, make it $200.
What a prick.
Yeah.
So I got to listen to the track, and I'm happy. I'm actually happy he did this, because what happens is when we're on a panel with Travis, it's very obvious to have to go, no, Travis, or this is what's happening, Travis, or why do you say that, Travis? But when you're in his chat and you're stuck not being able to actually respond to what he's talking about, you get to hear what comes out of his mouth.
He can't explain the damn birds, Sean.
Fuck those birds, because it gets better. It gets fucking better. And I'm so happy you're here, Chris. Let me make sure you can talk. Jesus Christ. Right, you got yourself muted. I think. Did you just get here?
Yeah, can I just make a clarification, Sean?
Hello.
Yes, what's up?
Travis is a fucking liar.
Oh, wait. Are you talking, Chris?
Yeah, was I uncensored?
No, you're uncensored now. I don't know why.
Right.
I had you on mute, but I don't know what. Last time you were here, we were talking jiu-jitsu. I don't think I had a reason to meet you. Okay. So before we get started, I need you guys to see this one image, and I need to first hear Chris's opinion on this, because I know Chris has actually seen this and said something about it. And then I'm going to say what travesty I heard last night. And Chris, this is special. Okay, so if you click on my live link, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. On the YouTube side, I'll get the screen up to you guys right now.
I'm on my phone. I don't know if I can click the link or not.
All right. We're at I'm on the hyper physics link. You know, the what's called the picture of the boat that's looming.
Okay.
Yeah, I know the one.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Chris, but you know it though, right? Or actually, I can share it in the chat, I think.
I know what you're talking about.
I know. Yeah, I know you've seen
It's the sailboat, sailboat looking thing.
Exactly. I'm going to put it in the chat just in case. Travis has said that's not looming.
Well, what is it then?
I'll show you.
Well, yeah. So it's not looming as far as the way you guys believe it is looming. It's not like loomed up. It's not lifted up over the curve.
Okay. Wait. Let's just play a game, Chris. Let's play we live in the globe reality game.
Yeah.
This is looming.
No, it wouldn't even be far enough to be that, you wouldn't need to loom it. It's not that
How far is it?
Yeah, how do you
It
know?
just
how
looks
far
like
it
a couple
is?
of miles. Well, because it's
How
it's
do
a
you know?
No, it's
How
actually
do you know
far.
how many miles just by looking
Here we
at
go.
it?
Chris.
5
Calm down,
interruptions. I'm
dude.
answering.
Yeah. Relax, Chris.
Why is Chris Lale interrupting me? I'm
I
answering.
don't know why Chris Lale is talking, period.
Because I like Sean.
Hey, well, just listen. Sorry, Chris.
It
Go ahead.
only appears to be a couple of miles. It's clear. It's not. It doesn't look that far. It's a big boat.
Okay,
I mean, it's big, angular size.
have you seen the video for this?
I don't know if I've seen the video or not.
I
I don't remember.
Okay. No worries. Okay. It shows it. I'm going to tell you right now. The distance is unknown, but it is definitely not a couple miles. And this is a zoomed in.
It's no more than 4 or 5 miles.
Oh, it's further than that. It's far.
There's no way.
Oh, it is. Well, on the video, the people, like, you see it moving, blah blah blah. But you see them, they zoom out and they zoom back in. This is a very zoomed in picture of it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know I get that it's zoomed in.
Okay. I'm just saying, I know it's not 2 miles, and this is a zoomed in part. So I'm just saying it's far. It's not close. But what Travis is saying it is. Share my other screen.
So all that's happening. There's a simple explanation for this, and I thought the official explanation is the one I'm about to give, which is the water. The boat's just sitting on the water, right? It appears to be what you call loomed, because that portion of the water has been mirror reflected from the sky. That's all that's happening.
There's a very easy way to tell what's happening here, Chris, and it's a logical deduction.
Well, that's why I had asked him to make sure he's in, this reality here, because I'm going to post in the Discord picture that Travis says is what this ship is doing. And then I'm going to share it on the other side.
Travis says it's doing what I just said. It's on top of the water, but it doesn't look like it is because that portion of the water has been mirrored from the sky. So it looks like part of the sky, but it's really part of the ocean water.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, it is sitting in the water. And yes, there is a mirage, and there is lifting of what would appear to be the sky, but that's all the miraging. That's all the light refracting, right?
Yeah, I mean it's possible that it's refraction. I'm really not sure of that effect, if it's that or if it's just bouncing off the water and it looks like that.
That is what refraction is.
It has to
Looming
be
is refraction. Looming is refraction. Stooping is refraction.
Okay, but that's
rising,
not looming.
sinking is refraction.
That's not looming.
Okay,
that's my point.
Right. So looming is the descriptive term to the magnitude of the effect of refraction rising something up. So let's just not say looming or towering or any shit like this. Let's just say refraction moved the damn thing up.
That's what I said. I'm not.
But it's not been moved up. It's just there on top of the water.
If it's not been moved up, then why is it not on the water?
It is on the water. It's a visual.
Why don't you see the
water?
It's
an optical illusion. That's all it is. It's an optical illusion.
A mirage.
The boat's not a mirage. The water the boat is on has been miraged.
No. Okay. Oh, okay. So you're saying that the body of water that we do see is water. You're saying the boat that we see is the boat.
Yeah.
So the boat is above the horizon.
Yeah.
How?
What do you mean how? So you think that's a hologram boat that's not really there?
No.
That if you shot a bullet through it, it wouldn't go through it?
You wouldn't shoot. You wouldn't him. Okay.
That's hilarious.
Okay. How does this miraging happen where this body of water is there and you can see it? And then how is a boat not affected by this miraging at all?
I told you it's an aspect of the water itself. I don't believe that in that example that it's the atmosphere doing it. I believe it's the water that's simply been reflected upon itself of the sky, that part of the sky.
There's a problem.
But the sky is the atmosphere.
There's a problem.
The sky is the atmosphere.
So,
no,
hang on. The
not according to Rumpus.
Fuck Rumpus, and you know how I feel about that.
Air is not the atmosphere.
If what you're saying is true, you understand that the boat and the water closest, everything from the boat to us, we would see like completely normally under what you're saying.
Can I just have a statement here?
Absolutely.
Sean? Yeah. Right. So if you think that is the water creating some effect that is of yet unclassified, that you flat earthers are the first to discover, and it is indeed a reflection of the sky, where the fuck is the reflection of the boat based on the angle of incidence from where we are?
Mm.
Let me look at it.
If it's reflecting the sky, it should be reflecting the boat.
I can't find it. There's been so many posts.
I mean,
there's a lot of
selective,
examples.
unless you're a vampire.
I'll post it again. So
there's a lot of examples of that similar.
Right,
effect.
Chris, stop, Chris. Yes, I'm going to agree with you. That is not in question. Don't make an assertion thinking it's something towards your claim. There are indeed lots of examples of this, and guess what? This is still. This is understood. This is understood.
Dean Ray, you didn't let me finish. So what I was going to say is there's a lot of examples, and some of those other examples where you can it still looks like the same effect. You can actually see the water line a little bit more clear. Like it's not been fully miraged. It's been miraged just to a certain degree, but not fully. So you can see the quote unquote hard horizon of the actual water line easier, but it's the same effect.
No. So this has been demonstrated.
You can't just say no. I mean,
no, you're right. I can, and I'm going to go on if you just shut up. So this has been demonstrated many times. This we can draw, and Rumpus has got many diagrams of drawing the paths of light that it would take to create this.
That's a cartoon.
So is Mickey Mouse. I don't get your point.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse isn't real.
Okay, that's brilliant. Another point that we both agree on. Thank you for being so intellectually honest here, Chris. So we can draw a diagram of this light explaining what the light does.
I don't know.
I'm not. We can figure out what the light is doing here, and there's a few key points that allow us to do that. There is no reflection or inversion mirror effect of that boat. We know it is not an inferior mirage that sits between us and that boat that is doing this. We know that if we look at the sails of that boat, it's a little bit wavy. Therefore, I can completely say right now we are not looking at the geometry of the situation. Like Sean said, that boat is apparently there. It is not geometrically there. And the way that we would figure this out, if this was a video, and I think it might be, or if it's an image, if it's a video, you see it dancing around like jelly. That's not how physical objects work.
That's just all that. Hold on, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
My app's frozen or something. It's not letting me do anything. I can talk, but it's not letting me scroll in the chat anymore. It's acting up.
You have to drop out and come back in. Maybe.
Yeah,
not sure.
Drop out and real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah. And for everyone here, if you click on the live link right now, I'm going to share the video so you guys can also.
Feet to the fire, Stingray. Feet to the fire.
I love the floating boat picture. It's almost as good as the damn bird.
Yeah, but the thing is, you obfuscated that, Chris. You tried to bring in other evidence, but we're talking about the one image.
What?
So can we stick to the?
Oh, look at that bird go right past.
That is exactly why I stopped it.
The bird.
So
watch it. There it goes. Oh. Jeez.
So blurry.
Let me see if I can find. I'm gonna have to find a similar example, where you can see the water line a little bit easier. That one is mirage in a way that it's really hard. I see something, whether it's my imagination or not, I don't know. But
the point here, Chris, is for the light rays to produce in our eye what we're seeing there, then the sky has to sit beneath the boat from behind. And the only way that can occur is the boat is far enough away to have severe refraction lift it. And then the sky from above, where that is geometrically, enter refraction, which bends it underneath the boat. And that is the only way you get refraction to do this, unless you are saying there's another mechanism at play. The reason why we can tell that is there is no inversion mirage in front of it.
I don't think there has to be.
I know you don't think that. I'm just saying you're wrong.
The video, Chris?
What?
Are you able to see the video?
Where is the video?
It's on Discord, or you can watch YouTube. One of the two. But more importantly, the reason I'm asking is there's a bird flying in your mirage atmosphere.
Are you playing the video?
I'm about to right now. I'm saving the. So I have it.
Yeah, go
And
ahead.
Chris, do me a favor. Chris, do me a favor. You know what you did. Don't do it again out of respect for me, by the way. And another thing, I'm going to become less serious now, and I'm going to actually argue that it's an anti-gravity boat, or that the wind is just moving it up.
Okay, I'm pretty sure everyone could see this.
Wait, Dean, I don't know what that was about at all, Dean.
You absolutely do. You're not that dumb.
Calling you Dean Ray?
Yes.
Oh, come on. I was just kidding around.
I didn't even catch that one. That's a pretty good one. It's like Dean Dad and Stingray.
I guess
I get it.
That's right, little G.
Okay, let me get this done. Yeah, Big G. Little G, Big D. Yeah, I get it.
Little G, Big G cardboard box.
Okay, so I'm gonna. So this happens. There we go. I don't know if you can see the video, Chris, and I'm gonna.
Yeah,
birds are awesome.
Okay, right now I have it paused.
Yeah, you have. If we just play it, we can watch it. I mean, I see the line of the horizon where the boat's sitting on top.
You see that right there? What I just circled? No one.
I
does.
don't.
No,
I see your.
No, we don't. Oh, there you go.
Oh, does it work on? So you guys see the drawing?
Yes, it works.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, that's a bird that's flying.
Okay.
All right. I just want to keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's perspective.
Well, it's kind of reality. It's there. Here we go.
Wait, where's the bird?
There's a problem for that bird just flew in front of that boat.
So what? It's close. So it's closer.
Under it. It's under the boat.
Yeah. Nope, you're right. Under the boat. There you go.
That lends. I'd just like to say that adds credence to anti-gravity or wind levitating boat.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised I have to explain how the bird can appear to be under the boat because the bird's closer and the boat's farther. It's just perspective.
Okay.
No, it's anti-gravity.
Here's the problem with what you're saying.
Magic.
You remember, you're saying that what we see is water.
Yeah, it's water.
Yeah, between the boat and the actual water. You're saying is water, but it's being obstructed by what?
There's no obstruction.
Perfect. Because if there's no obstruction, that's why we're seeing what we're seeing. Right?
No, I'm saying there's no obstruction in whether it's what I'm saying or whether it's what you're saying. Let me see
if I can make this clear. We can see where the water horizon is.
Where's that? Use your pointer or your drawing tool.
Fine, that's right here. That's the horizon.
I'm not seeing it on the.
It will. It'll pop up in a second.
Oh, okay.
You guys have a lag. That's the horizon.
I still don't see it. So it's either a major lag or it's just not showing up.
Are you guys seeing you're not seeing the drawing on there?
Not now.
Stop working.
Ah, it is in YouTube, but not in Discord.
Yeah, but Chris is on his phone. It should work.
Oh, no, there it is. See this? Oh, yep. Oh, I did briefly. It's disappeared again.
Yeah, so you've got a problem with your gravitons there, Sean. Right.
I don't see it, but
Eddie's in the space. Oh, there it is.
Right,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let me.
It won't let you see me draw it, but it'll let you guys see it after I click the pointer for it. Okay.
So let me ask you a question: is this the hard horizon or is this the apparent horizon?
That's the horizon.
What is it? The hard horizon or the apparent horizon?
There is no such thing as a hard horizon.
So it's an apparent horizon then, right?
They're all apparent.
Wait, hang on. I want to know what a hard horizon is so that I understand what it is.
Hard horizon is the horizon that's in your ball model.
No.
That you guys say,
right? The apparent horizon is where our ball model explains.
It does?
Why?
Do you know why it's called apparent, Chris?
Why is it only apparent?
Do you know why it's called apparent?
We did this. Oh.
I don't know why. Why is it apparent?
Okay, so the reason it's apparent is you move, it moves with you.
Okay.
You gain altitude. So basically,
So
Chris, if me and you were standing on the shoreline right now, you were at zero, you're at sea level, but I'm at 200 feet above you. My horizon will not be the same as your horizon. That's why it's an apparent horizon.
Just really quickly, I think there's 3 classifications that are in use here. One is apparent, actually dependent on elevation because you are actually looking over the Earth.
Hang on. Stingray, I want to ask you a question real quick.
There's optical and geometry based as well.
Okay, and you know what? I'm happy you said it. Let's make that very clear.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, there is no such thing as a fixed horizon for us. If we're using a geometry to find the horizon, there is. There are 2 different things about this, though. One is the maths. You know, the maths you guys don't like. The other one is our observation. Us, me, you, everyone that's listening right now. Your observation will always be apparent. Now, if you want to calculate where the horizon is and use the geometric horizon, which is a fixed location from your location, mind you, is not a fixed location for everyone still. It will change pending your distance, elevation, etc. But
just elevation.
No, because if you no, you're right. You're right. There, yeah. Well, my bad on that part. But at the same token, oof. But at the same token, it's literally still an apparent horizon, even geometrically. It's just from your location.
Let me rephrase the question.
Place.
Yeah.
Is that the geometric horizon where you drew the line?
No.
That's our apparent horizon. There's no maths involved right now, so we couldn't do a geometric.
I didn't say there was.
I know. I'm just telling you that's why it is apparent.
I think what he's actually asking is, in the absence of the atmosphere performing the refraction effects, is that where you think the horizon is?
Yes.
Correct. So how do you know that for sure?
But that's my apparent horizon. And I don't see any miraging effects. I'm sorry, refracted effect on the body of water to signify that it is a mirage. So from my apparent observation, I'm going to say that body of water is there, and that is my horizon.
But unfortunately, that's not how you determine if something is apparent horizon or not. You don't just go on your feelings and gut feeling. You have to.
You didn't even know what it was.
No, I didn't say my gut feeling.
That's basically what you said. You're like, that's my apparent horizon.
No, because if I had no dog in the fight, if I had never heard about refraction or looming or nothing at all, and I looked at this picture, I would say, why is the water missing? Obviously, the horizon's under the boat, but because I understand what I'm looking at, it's not a gut feeling. I'm looking at a body. I understand that there are atmospheric optics and effects that I need to take into account in this situation.
So how did you do that in determining that that's the?
I observed the photo, the video, and the photo. I vigorously looked throughout that body of water for any irregularities that would signify any type of refraction happening. Because I don't see any, I'm going to use my intellect.
Is that a thorough way to analyze something using your eyes and your intellect?
No, I didn't. Actually, no. Nope. I did is I used my computer to zoom in. Look, what I did is I used my computer to zoom in and investigate more of the body of water, because that's going to be a very telltale sign. If I see any type of miraging or refraction happening on the body of water, it's going to give me a different story. It's going to give me something else to look at. And no, I don't just trust my eyes, because if I was trusting my eyes, I would think that boat is flying, and it's not.
Did you do any color inversions?
What difference will that make?
Here you go. Okay, here you go, Chris. Once my observation of this image and video becomes skewed from what I believe it to be happening with a reason, I will then further go into other ways and use other tools to investigate this picture further. But until something has come to the case of, hey, you need to look at this, there is no reason for me to invert the colors. There is no reason for me to manipulate anything. There is no reason for me to think anything but that body of water is there. Where that line is on there right now is the apparent horizon for us.
Did inverting the colors make any difference in the location of the horizon?
No, but it made it look slightly green and yellow.
Okay, so then we've inverted the colors. Didn't change anything.
So my observation, my opinion on this image that we are looking at, and I'm going to say opinion because you know what? I wasn't there. But I'm going to say my opinion holds a lot of fucking weight right now. And I'm going to say that body of water where I drew that line is our apparent horizon, Chris. Chris left.
I'm waiting for someone to say looming is when you make a rug, but
is that?
Well, it's actually weaving cloth of any kind.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but I want an Afghan rug.
Wait a minute. Oh, is it? Wait a minute. Is like the bigger rug you get can get super looming then?
Yep.
Sweet.
I just figured out another.
Okay, perfect timing. I can actually cut off Chris for this. Hang on, Chris. I got to read a super chat. Sorry. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. John Watson says, Travis can afford the time and money to go on a road trip with his buddies to take more inconclusive footage across water. He will continuously dodge getting a decent evaluation to gain accurate, repeatable results. I agree.
Elevation to gain accurate, repeatable results.
That's what I said.
Thank you, Mr. Devil, for doing a bit of a color inversion.
Oh, thank you. My boy. What up, Erebus? I don't care what anyone says about you, man. You're the man.
Travis want to kill ye.
Just so you know, Sean. Yeah. I mean, what you were saying, I agree with about the apparent horizon. But what I'm saying, from our apparent horizon, there is the geometry. So underneath apparent horizon, there is the geometric horizon. Then there's the optical horizon, and the two can be very different. And the reason about these observations are, when I see a boat floating, and I know that anti-gravity has not been invented, and I can see birds flying underneath this anti-gravity boat, and it's going through a cloaking field, I can absolutely assert that this is not the reality of the situation. So at this point, as evidence, since we don't know what's going on, throw it out. It's pointless.
Yeah.
Stingray to the rescue.
I don't think it helps when anyone else does it. Okay. All right. So I'm going to play the rest of this video real quick. That bird is, man, I'm going to rewind it. That bird is like, whoa.
Yeah, I can call him Dingray because he's a foreigner.
I hate Dean Ray, so Stingray or Dean is fine.
But don't mess the two together.
Sting Dean.
Sting Dean's even worse. Poof!
Never again.
Real quick, what is Travis's claim? Like, as far as this photo.
Okay, so I'm gonna start again because you need to know this. What you are looking at, we know as looming, obviously. Travis. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, so
more specifically, Sean, it's called the Phantom Morgana effect.
Thank you, Chris. This guy right here. If you guys are looking at the live thing still, this guy's Hickam Oz blah, 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 is an astrophysicist. Okay, and I'm gonna quote Travis right now. Travis said, "They don't know what they're talking about. That guy doesn't know what looming even is. That image we are looking at is not looming. It is some other effect." When I say other effect, I just put in the chat a few minutes ago a picture. Everyone on YouTube is looking at it right now. It's the rig. It has some inferior miraging, some stretching going on, as far as I can tell. It's a Phantom blah blah.
Yeah, Fata Morgana. But no, just going back to the last image, the floating boat. Chris's and I suspect Travis's explanation of that is that the water is there in that band that we can't see. It's just the water is now suffering from a previously unknown physics and science discovery devoid effect that only these two flat earthers have discovered, which allows the water to cloak by selectively only reflecting the sky and not anything else, such as the boat. Which, fair play to them. They need to publish a paper on that and get a Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
Now, this is a picture.
You mean bollocks?
I'm going to put in the chat right now the picture at which Travis says the boat we were just talking about is it is the same thing, what he's saying.
But his mirrored refracted boat.
Dude.
He's live right now.
What?
I'm sure.
Yeah, that's mirrored refraction. You can tell.
Yeah. I see a little bit of stretch. Would you agree? I see maybe a little bit of stretching.
Yeah, but that's part of the refractive index, right? Mm-hmm. Which they keep talking about.
So, but this is what they call it's a Phantom
Morgana.
He was looking at something else. It's called like a Phantom Bargana or Bargain, or it's basically an offshoot of a Phantom Morgana.
Oh, which is where you've got two different optical effects working at the same time.
Yes, and that's what I believe we're seeing. But remember, this image. Now, I'm gonna tell you right now, we could break this down, and I think it'd be an awesome breakdown of the effects that are happening because there's more than one. Definitely more than one happening right now. I'm seeing the looming of the top of the rig. I'm seeing stretching and I'm seeing mirroring, which is odd because you would think
no compression.
I don't see any compression. I see everything's evenly
Exactly.
There's a fair bit of compression there.
There's another effect
do you see compression?
Mm-hmm.
That's right at the top. Yeah, right at the top.
Okay,
that's the
band,
compression.
that little the band.
The ether band.
The ether band. It's the top.
Is there fluorspective in there too?
Yeah, we'll throw some of that in there just to spice it up for you.
You're speaking a different language. I don't speak that here. I'm just overcoming the Morgana.
Yeah. We know. We're just toying with you, Sean. Just toying.
I'm just messing around.
But Dean is right with that little compression at the top. You're right with the stretching in the middle, and it's also the mirroring because you can see where there's a lump comes out the side of that boat at the top. It's also at the bottom.
Yeah, I was looking for the compression towards the bottom and not the top, and I should have. Okay, I see it now. I see it very clearly.
Yeah, it's a squidgy bit.
So we got the compression right there. Hearing here. You guys will see it in a second. Hang on. And then this whole area.
That middle section. Yeah.
is looming. So you guys would agree?
Peer review time.
That's a good
idea. I agree because Sean's always correct.
We can't really tell. You can't tell whether it's looming or not, but you would suspect it could be.
Hang on, because you guys won't be able to hear this, but hang on. Okay. We are back. Okay. I was doing the pre-review intro, guys. God. And I wasn't talking shit, because if I was talking shit, I'd just do it like I am right now.
Carlos, you have an intro for a segment, yet
shit is loud. Turn it down. Huh?
I said, I love how professional you are that you have an intro for a segment, but you still don't know how to keep aspect ratio.
That's actually quite funny.
And if you don't like it, maybe you should do it for me. Okay, so the picture.
So I'm currently doing a thermodynamic experiment. I'm making coffee.
That joke was for
entropy. Okay, so the image I just posted, we're doing a peer review. This is a very simple process. I will take the data because obviously I am the only one that is a peer to the scientific method that we are using here. I understand.
Oh, the data master.
So I will ask you for either your opinion, your agreements, and we'll see. But that's how we roll here. Carlos, I don't know. Everybody's got to unmute yourself if you want to take part in this, so I know that you are willing to talk. Would you say, in this image, we have compression at the top, we have some mirroring in between, and what I consider that whole fat chunk under that line and in between the body of water, again, that body of water, is what I believe is looming.
I think we need to stop looking over the water. But that being said, I don't know what the heck's going on over there.
Okay, so we discount Carlos.
Yep.
Please.
Your turn, Davros.
Okay, so as I said before, you do have 3 different optical effects all happening at once. And that is exactly what is being misrepresented by Travis and his bollocks. Right? We can see it, we can explain it, yet he has to use one phrase to explain.
Makes no sense. Dr. Bob, you're new to the peer review process that we have here. This is a very serious, very stringent agency of peer reviewing that I do here. I ask that you give us your knowledge and the opinion so that we can put forth to come to a census.
I'm honored.
Yes.
I'm honored that you're here.
I think it's perspective. Aristarchus!
Drink.
Thank you, sir. Farmers, you are a foreigner. I do have problems. I have problems with you being part of this peer review, but because I have friends that are foreigners as well, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Thank you very much. No, you
fallacy. You have no friend, Sean.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, foreigner fallacy.
What?
Sorry. Hey, farmer.
That would be the rock band fallacy.
Robot fallacy.
Yep.
Now, farmers.
You're absolutely right. There are 3 separate effects going on there. I mean, it all comes under refraction, but yes, there are definitely 3 different types of refraction happening there, and it's a right fucking mess.
Thank you, sir. GPS says usually GPS rings in by now. Where you at, GPS?
Come on, GPS. The voice of reason.
We'll skip him. We'll come back to him.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
All
right. Hang on. I'm going to do rock, paper, scissors with myself to see if I want to involve Chris Leo.
I'm actually doing research on a different photo, something flat earthers.
Okay, perfect. We're going to skip
photo
you.
that I posted
all right.
before.
Metal slag. No, you don't exist here. Just listen.
Metal slag.
I said metal. I didn't say middle. I said metal.
You said metal slag.
Slug. Whatever. I'm trying. That's what Chris does. That's why I don't want Chris talking. I should just server mute him, right?
Well, that would be unfair because, you know, Leo brings a certain discord to Discord.
Well, he evens out Crash's robotation.
Sweet.
It's very 24/7 flat Earth Discord of you.
It's Crash has what is it called? Robot.
Robo Morgana.
No, he has robotism. It's like autism, but robot wise.
Oh, robism.
Sweet. Can I get SSI for that?
Look, he's suffering from Tourette's.
Metal slugs. Master, would you like to weigh in? I'll take that as a no. Montreal's daddy. That's original. I like that. That's very original because Montreal's brother was in Travis's chat the other night. That's amazing. Montreal's families all just started to come around.
SE Toronto?
Yes.
Yeah.
SE Toronto, yes. If you guys didn't know that, SE Montreal's brother, SE Toronto, is around. And now we have SE. Well, I would assume he's an SE. Maybe he's not. I don't know. But Montreal's dad's here, so we're honored to have you. So GPS says, I have no idea what the actual question is. Just making something up. Perfect. There you go. All right. Crash. Because, equal opportunities. Do you want to go?
There are no birds, therefore the image is CGI.
Damn. Okay.
And it's Montreal's daddy.
Yeah, but I don't roll like that. I like Montreal.
Well, I do. No, I like when Darkseid puts plays on words.
You're not supposed to say his real name, asshole.
Because, you were all in shock.
His name is not Montreal.
Sean? Don't tell me you're in the office again. I hope people can hear us.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
It's probably not that good, but
he's in the car.
I have 3 things about this. Okay, to start off with, it's going to be no, it isn't, nuh-uh, and no.
Impressive. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all my flat Earth responses.
Okay.
What about Skip James?
He's after me, first of all. You didn't get skipped. You just don't understand what alphabetical fucking order is. I don't know if you're ready for this peer review.
Joke, Sean.
I
Jesus
don't
Christ,
know if you're ready for this
so autistic
joke.
Sometimes.
No, Crash is robotistic. Slick, go ahead. Or Skip. See, you know what? Fuck you guys. If I change your name in here, you're gonna live with it and like it.
The birds, man. It's all about the birds.
I'm gonna mute you.
What about the bees? What about the bees?
Skip James, aka No Name.
I'm gonna go with gravity boats and the Borg cube in that other picture.
Okay. Sleeper, you're up.
Hello, testing. Hello. No mic.
Yeah, we can't. Okay. Stingray, I guess you can go if you like. Stingray, before you start, we need to make sure that you are leaving your bias at the door because you actually were probably the most off-based peer review we've ever had to hold because your light rays made no sense. It only works at sunset, sunrise, and no other time.
Your understanding of not grasping how those vectors work is not my problem. But in relation to this image, I think a group of drunk Irishmen got together and made a boat that looked fucking disgusting. And there is no refraction here. And that's the actual shape of the boat.
I think the boat's hanging on strings from the dome.
Well, I definitely have heard better explanations. Chris is back, but he's
not for me. You haven't.
He has himself muted.
I don't understand why he believes this site is an accurate website to talk about this.
Okay, well let's just use. Wait, Chris, didn't you put some one in Looming? And Chris, here's the other thing. We can find other images of Looming if you like. If you don't like that one, if it's been debunked to not have been true, I apologize. Oh wait, Erebus has a link in there that he's showing us. Oops. No, I don't want the damn fucking elephants and dinosaurs. I know it makes no sense to you guys. All right, so this is one Erebus put in the server. This is Looming. Okay, so Chris, you can use that one if you want. If you're not happy with the one or the one that we were looking at has been doctored as fake, because there are Looming is real. So I'm sorry. Unfortunately, also what we have also realized is in Travis's image, the one of the oil rig, there is Looming there. So Looming is a thing. That's all there is to it, right? I mean, it's pretty basic. We pretty much understand that all.
Yeah.
Looming is real. It's not fake. Real aspect of what's going on in Travis's image as well. So for him to say that boat wasn't, first of all, even if that picture was, or that video was debunked and it found to be been fake, it was an excellent example of Looming regardless. Travis has a very good observation of Looming. He just doesn't want to call it Looming. He doesn't want to call it inferior miraging. And he doesn't want to call it compression. That's the only difference. And apparently, you guys got this real bad beef with fucking physical bodies of water, and to the point where you guys just all decided that it's not real, or there is miraging involved in it, even though it's clearly a body of water. Oh, and for the record, that's still our apparent horizon. The body of water. That's your best play. That's the body of water you see, unless there's miraging in that you can identify, that's going to be your best bet to figure out where your apparent horizon is compared to whatever you're looking at. Something's going to be off on one part. It's going to be after the body, a physical body of water. That's all there is to it.
But Sean, can we consider the ocean a body of water? In flat Earth, it might not even be considered a body.
We're not talking flat Earth, Chris. We're talking reality, man. I don't do flat Earth, Chris. Talk about reality. Sometimes it may intermingle its way through here, like Stingray tried to do. But guess what's going to happen? It's going to be put forth against a peer review board of not its peers, of my peers, scientific peers, and we're going to throw it out. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter how beautiful it is. I forget the rest of it, but if it doesn't work, it's wrong.
Sean, the picture I just posted in Discord is of an actual Fata Morgana.
I guess I'll look at it. Damn. Is that real bearded? Okay, so this is a Fata Morgana. Well, okay, so a Fata Morgana is basically the inversion of the miraging, of the inferior mirage.
Yeah. So what's happened with that boat image?
It's the neutrino band, man.
Yeah. So what's happened with that boat image is that somehow the water itself has become so, I don't want to use the word, but flaccid. Its flatness has become so reflective you can't tell the difference between the water and the sky.
They have pills for that.
Is it though?
Because that's the actual term for it.
Yeah, for you. Sorry.
Hey, by the way, that picture's also on that site that Chris posted.
Yes, that's Metabunk, right? Which is the one that the flat earthers say, "Oh no, you can't use McQuest," and then they use it as evidence.
Erebus, is the one you just posted, is that real?
Yeah, the one that Erebus has just posted, I look at that and I think that just does not look real to me
It
at
doesn't
all.
look right.
I think the little bastard has taken some volleyball match and pasted a fucking oil tanker on top of it.
I want to see the volleyball match because I
do as well because I ain't buying the bloody oil tanker. I'll tell you that now.
Wait. How do you know it's a volleyball match?
Loads of old people with glasses looking. Yeah, I think it is. It's either that or bowling.
Okay, I'll take.
No, that ain't bowling.
No, because you would think volleyball. If it's outdoor volleyball, you would see more board shorts.
Mm.
Not to mention, if that was real, I don't know what oil tanker is that close to fucking events like that.
They're watching golf. What the fuck are you guys even on? Get off your freaking.
My son's 17 and he plays or he bowls.
Does he bowl outside?
Nope.
Yeah, see, that's why them bowling doesn't make sense.
That'll be a bocce bowler.
That's shuffleboard.
Aha, called it. Definitely called it.
What is the Scottish Open?
Golf.
How boring. I'm confused.
Oh, but really
manipulated
importantly,
image.
Yeah, but
really importantly, when you look at that tanker,
it's
the reason why it looks off, and indeed it was off. The reason why
the
it looks
horizon line.
No, the reason why when you look at the tanker and it looks off is it doesn't look distorted. There's loads of geometric lines there that look like a ship. So it looks like it's just being transported upwards. Whereas if it was actually floating because of atmospheric refraction, none of those straight lines that would normally associate with someone building a boat. No, it's not here, is it? No. None of those.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
None of those straight lines that would associate with construction of a boat would be straight anymore if it was raised that high due to refraction.
Well, the
bottom
of the boat is not the bottom of the boat.
Yeah, I mean, you're missing a third of that boat, and then you're also seeing the wake that boat makes.
Where's the props?
Yeah, wakey.
Which picture are we looking at? Are we looking at the one that's on this text, live stream text?
Quiet, Toady.
Yeah.
Quiet, Toady.
How you doing, Toady? Yeah.
I'm fine.
One Erebus posted.
The horizon looks like it's behind the boat a bit.
Yeah, that dark line.
Well, I've just watched Sleepy Warrior's video where he defines that the horizon is the line where the sky and the sea apparently meet. You've seen his third video? His third Globe as a Liars video?
Wait. I'm confused. What did you just say? He said the apparent horizon is...
You've obviously not seen his video. He's doing one of his things around words. He says it's a fallacy. He says it's a evocation fallacy or something like that. Anyway, he does a long word, but the fact that something has got two meanings. But so basically, what he's saying is, anyone who defines the horizon as being where the sky and the sea apparently meet, is incorrect, because of course with all the refraction, that's actually not the point.
That's why it's apparent.
What the
fuck?
Well, exactly. So yeah,
that's why
you'll be screaming at his video if you watched it.
No, I don't. I don't. That was the funniest
why the
part.
hell would you watch that guy?
All that arguing shit that was going on with me and him, and he would come around and be like, "Gravity's not a force," and all that shit. I not once watched any of his videos. It was the most awesomest thing in the world that have a argument with somebody and never even talk to them really or anything. It was great.
So looking at this one, I've just realised there's that bottom bit. I'd missed that because I hadn't scrolled my screen up. So see what I mean? It could be floating, couldn't it? But I presume that the line that is by the red, where the red is on the back of the boat? I presume that line is the apparent horizon line. But maybe it's not. It's just what? It's just... it is. Okay.
It's the mirage's apparent horizon.
The refracting apparent horizon.
All right, so hang on. So what do we think is going on here? We don't think it's just an
water is refracting the sky.
So we'll go very slowly. What I'm seeing on the picture is 3 different chunks of sort of blue stuff, okay? A light blue, and then a middle layer of the sandwich, which is a slightly darker blue, and then a very dark blue at the bottom. Now, I was assuming, maybe incorrectly, that the light was just happened to be shining on the stuff that's near to where all the people are, and that makes that look very blue. And then obviously the light maybe isn't shining so intensely, the sun isn't shining so intensely on the middle bit of the sandwich that I'm talking about. But you're saying all of that is being refracted upwards.
Everything to, I would say everything to the sky. Once you get to the sky, everything from there up is the mirage that we're looking at. Everything below the waterline, I believe, is physical.
Right, and you think the waterline is where the boat has got that little bow wave? Is that what you call the waterline?
No. The blue, where the water meets the sky, I think that's our apparent horizon, and I think that boat is looming. And it's just it's beyond our horizon. I don't know how big that boat is either.
It's not looming.
I guess this is where we're getting confused about where
that's the thing.
What's water?
I mean, it's on the water. The boat is on the water. Just face the fact, the boat is on the water because you can see the waves.
Exactly. It's not floating, is it?
Well, no. Yeah, of course not. What is it doing? Someone kept saying, "Okay, what is it doing if it's not looming?"
It's sitting on the water. The wake you see is from it being on the water. The problem is the water that sandwich, the middle sandwich part, for lack of a better term, is still water, but it's refracting the sky.
Mirroring.
Well, that's what Chris was saying the other picture was doing.
Technically, he was right.
Okay.
Now on Travis's whatever the fuck.
Then explain looming then, because what is looming then? Because that's what they describe looming as, isn't it?
Not always, but it is easy. It's kind of hard to distinguish the two if you don't do like what we do, is sit there and have to like change the levels to figure out where everything's at, and to see examples of that kind of effect without something looking higher than it really is. That's one of the reasons why I like background, like stuff behind it or near it or anything like that helps. If you just have open water, it's really, really hard to tell.
So even the picture that we were looking at with the sail, that's not looming.
No, that's technically not looming.
Chris, I apologize for saying you were incorrect. If you can hear us,
it makes due to the refraction coming from the water itself, is giving the illusion of a loomed vessel when in reality it would not appear above the actual horizon.
Can you find a picture of looming so I can get a better idea of what actual looming is then?
Just look up looming mirage.
That's a picture.
Some of the ones you'll see other, well, yeah, because it's another form of like Fata Morgana, but it's not necessarily a real one, if that's a better way of putting it. It's just that the problem is the water is refracting the sky. That is a major difficulty in distinguishing what would something where it's actual refraction. That's when you look at like superior mirages. Like I sent in the link where the boat looks upside down, but you get two boats, one on the water, one above the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one above the water is looming above the water.
So what's the difference?
I'm putting one in the chat right now. This is looming?
So what's the difference between a superior mirage and looming? Is there a difference?
A little bit. Yeah, I think like that would be closer to. Yeah, see, that's closer to the looming, Sean.
But then,
but you get some of that stretching as well.
So okay, I think I'm starting to see it a little bit better. The problem I'm seeing is, okay, so when we're looking at this, as in like trying to figure out what we're looking at, if the object, like for instance, both boats have such detail in them, then they're real. It's there. We're not seeing any effects of miraging through.
In some cases.
Is the superior mirage inverted?
I don't know.
No. If it's inverted, it's a Fata Morgana.
No, I thought Fata Morgana was not inverted. It was like the Flying
Fata
Dutchman.
Morgana
Like that
is the
sailboat.
inverted image above the actual object.
It's like putting an object underwater and then looking at the underneath of the surface of the water. That would
All
be
right.
like a Fata Morgana.
Yeah, I always thought that was something different, but
It'd be nice to have a reference image for each of these effects, wouldn't it? Phantom Morgana, inferior mirage, superior mirage, looming,
Off you go, Toady.
extreme refraction, super refraction, or whatever Rumpus's term is.
Is that a good illustration?
Just don't turn on the interior light and pump the brake twice, okay?
No, I won't. Don't worry. It's funny that you remembered the secret signal so well, Davros. So well.
Yes, because Toady.
He's done it so many times.
I'm going
Exactly. It's second nature for him now.
Yeah, because Toady. I still hashtag corrupt Toady.
Oh yeah, we're always. That's always going to be the goal.
We're not going to stop that. False image observer, Fata Morgana.
Yeah, so I just put an image in the chat that I guess you could say is a good reference, but see, I'm confused by it altogether now.
Yeah, okay, Chris, if you're going to call it cartoon science, we're not going to accept anything from you over again.
Yeah, see, I did it again. I acted all nice and apologized, and he's just in there being a dick still.
You can't help it.
How can we explain something to you if we don't have an image of it without drawing the description?
How do you understand How do you understand what you're seeing if you haven't accepted those descriptions?
you know, if you understand what you're talking about, drawings are perfectly acceptable.
And if you don't understand the subject, looking at a drawing that fucking explains it is a really big help.
And I also think this idea that saying I'm wrong or apologizing for being wrong is so wrong. I apologize, Chris, and you still act like a dick. I'm gonna stop doing that. That's the ridiculous part. You should try doing that, being humbled. You know, oh shit, I was wrong. I thought I had this. I thought that. Hey, my bad. Try it one time.
Yeah, what I find funny is when these guys turn around and use shit that debunks them as evident.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I did hear Riley on Nathan's. I was watching Sean's, making fun of him, but he said he was talking to some guy, and he said, "All right, I concede. Gravity is a force." And I went, "Oh, that's good. Argument's over."
So, in doing a little bit of research, I found, see the top image that I posted?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's said to be a superior mirage, where the bottom one is supposed to be a Phantom Morgana.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Say that.
All right, so the Phantom Morgana is literally, that's why it's got the phantom bit. It's like where you literally see the thing floating. It's Fata, not Phantom. Because I thought it come from the, from nautical reasons. Phantom ships over the horizon and all that. Obviously not. It's Fata, is it?
Erebus, the one you were showing, what is that called? What kind of refraction is that? What kind of mirage?
Which one?
The boat at the Scottish Open one or whatever. The one that I.
Yeah, it's like superior mirages. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So a superior mirage is where it's the atmosphere is refracted. Mirrored, probably better. Whereas in the Phantom Morgana is when the image is flipped doing the same thing but flipped.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, I'm starting to get it now.
So here's what this website that I got those images from says. A superior mirage occurs when an image of an object appears above the actual object. Superior mirages sometimes appear in the Arctic because of the weather conditions known as temperature inversion.
Oh, that would be looming, yeah.
So then looming is just a...
Wait a minute. Looming, sinking, and stooping, as in STOO, if Rumpus ever fucking wants to correct me again. Stooping. The bastard. He sent me in the middle of me saying that, because I'm from Yorkshire, I don't give a shit how I pronounce fucking words, but no, in the middle of me saying that, he had to message me to correct me. And he kept doing it. He says, no, you're pronouncing it wrong. But all that means is it's not a mirage term. It's an amount of semi-uniform curvature due to refraction, and it's just the words given to the magnitude of that effect. So round a curve, I might be able to see something optically that without an atmosphere I wouldn't be able to see, and therefore we say that's loomed up. Whether that creates mirage effects secondary is irrelevant. The fact is the K value of that refraction has made it so that I can see it, therefore it's physically translated the object up in optical vision.
Thanks for that link, Glenn. Looming, towering, stooping, sinking.
I love the fact I took great care in saying stooping and not with a W, and then you just said stoping or something. That's awesome. It's like fuck you, Rumpus, fuck you, and correct English.
Right, yeah, so we're gonna call him stupid.
Who's Colin?
It says.
Who gave us the link?
There are distinct types of superior mirages.
Colin.
There are distinct difference in superior mirages. You can see objects appear to be floating above themselves. The actual position. For example, a boat can look like it's floating in the sky, or an object below the horizon where an object below the horizon can become visible. This is known as a looming type of superior mirage. So that boat floating, if that picture were real and that person did observe that, it is looming, and it's a type of superior mirage.
We just clarified that. Thank you for repeating it, though. Appreciate it.
Because I got taken to task on because I simulated it in Jose's show, and that LBB guy came in and said it's not simulating the real world, because he asked me, he said, what are the 5 different types of refraction? And they're like, there's only one type of refraction. And then he says, aha, no, there's looming, stooping, sinking, and I'm there like, they're not types of refraction. They're references to the magnitude of an effect. It's like saying if I go zero, if I've got a car that I can simulate a car doing 0 mile an hour and 1,000,000 miles an hour, I don't need to simulate very fast. That's irrelevant. So yeah, so the stooping thing, I don't like using those words because it's a bit, looming to Rumpus is of a different value to someone else. It's just an arbitrary number that we assign a word to that's different for each of us.
And for the record, I got your back, Stingray, because Rumpus, super looming doesn't fucking exist.
Ooh.
Super looming is the same thing as Travis's ether band. Boom.
I think that's unfair.
It's a little bit unfair. Sean.
Look.
Wait a minute. Listen, let me ask you a question.
Look,
I can answer this with a question.
Rumpus's super looming is looming to the extreme.
Okay.
Travis's
so if I say
ether band is atmospheric conditions. Same thing.
He's using a different word there, whereas Rumpus is just saying instead of it's going fast, it's going really fucking fast.
Yeah, and how many times have we said, okay, fine, let's not call gravity, we'll call it a flippity flop, and we were fine with it.
No, but they're different words. One is...
Yeah, but at least looming exists. Right.
Yes,
so looming exists, and Rumpus is going super looming.
But what happens
adding a superlative.
When you look for looming,
completely matching everything into one.
Like really brilliant.
Yeah. When you're looking for looming, when you're looking for this super looming, and you find pictures of looming, you're looking for super looming. I want to see some super looming. There's no such thing as super looming. You can't research.
Yeah, adding
super
a
looming.
superlative to a word doesn't make it any better.
Yeah. You can't research the ether band. You can't research super looming either.
Well,
It's just
I
his
got
word
one
for an
above it.
extreme
I got
version.
He's not saying that super looming is one thing. He's saying that looming to the extreme.
Hang on,
You've already
stop.
said that.
Rumpus,
That's not super
you
looming.
are a utter twit.
Nice.
Moron.
And I got to get it all out because you're not here, bitch.
Yeah, but Stingray, you're absolutely correct. When they say the 5 types of refraction, those are 5 phenomena that occur within refraction.
And you know what I just realized? Rumpus, not to mention, you are the twit because you're the stupid assholes running around talking about how there is a fixed horizon. And you're the one who, and I'm the one who had to bring it to light to everyone and explain it like you maybe should have, but you couldn't because you have no people skills about the geometric horizon versus the apparent horizon, because there is no such thing as the fixed horizon. Even when you're talking about the geometric horizon, it's still not even called the fixed horizon, you fucking twat. There we go. Rant number 2. Boom.
Sean D, I found it. The super crazy loom on Amazon. You can pick it up at Target today. It's right there in the side chat. Feel free to
let Rumpus know it's your, not you.
Oh, and Sean, I've just posted an article from the USGS that debunked Nathan Thompson.
Everything debunks him. What are you talking about?
Okay, he said that the US...
Debunk.
No, he said that the USGS says that they work on flat Earth maps, right? It's funny because I found the article in the thing he's using to make his quotes from that states for almost 500 years it has been measured to be a sphere.
Yeah,
there's no such thing as a flat Earth map, is there?
No,
that doesn't exist. That's
it's
just
a
nonsense.
flat-
Sorry,
it's a
I mean I work in mapping, and I
projection of the globe on a
Earth
flat
map.
surface.
Sorry.
Whoa, everybody calm down. There is a flat Earth map,
Whoa,
and
you
I've
like.
got one. So calm down.
No.
Well, I've never used it.
Stingray, no, you don't. You lost.
You
your
may have a
Where's the
cartoon
USGS?
through, or you may have an AE.
Well, now I know. Wait a minute. Now I know how flat earthers feel when they just make a simple statement. Everybody fucking jumps on them. Calm the shit
Stingray.
down.
Well, it's a
I'm
big
always
statement
gonna
to
jump.
make. I've got a flat Earth map.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I
In
gave
the
you
back
your
pocket.
chance, Stingray. And we did a pre-review on it, and it failed. I'm sorry. Don't be bitter.
I have a legitimate question about it, though.
Biased board.
Hell yeah.
So, the new toroidal projection of sunlight that you have going on?
Oh, wait, wait a minute. Sorry, Brian. Some little child was laughing in the background over your voice. Can you? Oh, still, it's doing it again.
Poof, bitch.
Sorry,
So,
Brian.
the
What
new
was your question?
The new toroidal sunlight thing you've got going on. Wouldn't that work in opposite of how we see it when we gain altitude?
Look, my simple thing was how can I get a sunrise and sunset on a flat Earth looking at it from the ground? That's it.
Oh, okay.
But not necessarily, actually, not necessarily.
But if you're not even supposed to look,
celery.
if you're not even supposed to look at the sky to determine the shape of the Earth, then how would you even see a sunset or a moonrise or a sunset or a sunrise?
Yeah.
I don't even know how to answer the question. I don't. I didn't listen.
Sure.
No, the question was, on the flat earthers often say we can't look at the sky to know the shape of the Earth. Then how do they know the sun rises and sets if they can't look
Because
at
it
the sky?
doesn't rise and set to them, Chris. Duh.
Okay.
Been at this a long time. Why do I have to answer? Why do you keep asking me questions that is very well? It's been answered 1,000 times.
Atmospheric magnification makes it look like it's that.
Can you turn your shit down, like, for real? Like, damn, Carlo. Like, I'm not even bullshitting. You came in hot.
I know. Carlos works with electronics, and he can't get his fucking
Can't figure it
microphone
out for
right.
nothing.
God.
Jeez. Like he was earwig.
First of all, my name is Lemon.
Useless. No, you see, you seem to forget that your atomism cannot get you through the ether that you don't seem to understand.
Dang it, you got me beat.
I think Barney had a question. Barney, you were going to mention something or have a question.
Yeah, but the conversation has moved so far on. I just wanted to ask Sean about the super looming thing.
Okay.
If I say sports cars are fast, but a Bugatti Veyron is super fast, would you jump on my ass and tell me, no, super fast is not a term?
It is a term.
No, it's a modifier to. It's a modifier to an existing term.
Yeah, but there's no need to modify looming.
Yeah, there's no need for it. Yeah, there's no Bugatti looming compared to Honda looming.
Yeah, but where's the extreme?
Yes, there is.
Looming
There
is looming.
There's not looming. Yeah, exactly. Looming
yes,
is looming.
there is extreme looming.
Okay, show me.
Yes, there are extremes.
Show me titty bitty looming. Since we're allowed to do this now, I want to see titty bitty.
Yeah,
looming.
show us little looming.
No.
Just look down, Sean.
I want titty bitty looming.
Yeah, look down. I'm out of here, guys.
Said the guy who has to go to Plus Men's warehouse. Okay, damn.
Got him.
So, refractory effects have a scale. If it's going one way, it's looming. If it's going the other way, it's dipping or setting or sinking. Right, it's sinking. Right.
Yeah.
In between them, it's doing nothing. But if you move just slightly away from nothing in one direction or the other direction, you would get super tiny looming and super tiny sinking.
Wait a minute. Wouldn't you get looming, and then wouldn't you get a Fata Morgana, and then it'd be superior mirage, and then you would have a Fata Morgana. So there is a
shot in the chat, Chris.
Okay, so yeah, we just discussed that. Isn't a Fata Morgana?
You also have clear seeing, right? Which is none of the above.
That's not looming.
Which yes, and so sinking is negative looming, or looming is negative sinking, and in between them there is a 0 point where there is no looming and no sinking, which is just seeing straight.
So there's towering and looming and sinking, and looming isn't in the middle.
Oh, looming and towering are the same thing.
Right,
those two words literally mean the same thing.
Would you call it super towering?
Yes.
Hey, Sean, I would join, but that fucker Barney's on here, and I just hate that guy. Oh shit, am I on? Oh, Barney. Hey, buddy. Hey, you did.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Let's bring up gravitons.
So you can almost let's just say there's a scale on this scale of refraction. We have the refraction that you will see on below an object. So we see that boat in the air and all that crap. So we know everything. Something's happening under it.
So an object can appear above or below the line, the straightest possible line to that object.
Okay.
Right? If it is above, it is being loomed by refraction, right? That is the common condition of the Earth's atmosphere. If it is dense at the bottom, and rarefied toward as you go higher, then you will get looming.
Okay, right? I think I figured out how to ask this question better.
Okay.
Okay, so we see looming. Then we get these times where we see more than one miraging starting to take effect. But that happens on a gradient, doesn't it?
Looming is not miraging.
That's
Mirage,
not true.
No. I did actually say that miraging can be classed as a subset of a possible effect of looming in some descriptions. But looming, stooping, towering, sinking, these are all just how things are moved around, predominantly in a vertical sense, within the optic representation of geometric reality. And I know that sounded shit.
Okay, so then those things happen during miraging.
No. Miraging literally means that you are seeing more than one instance of the same object in your field of vision.
Yes.
Yeah, then why is it super?
Wait, hang on. No,
what in that entails super looming?
Hang on. Fuck super looming. This is okay. Okay. You're saying looming isn't miraging.
Looming isn't miraging.
Under the object that is looming, what is happening?
The refraction of light is making that object appear higher than it is.
Isn't that miraging?
No. Miraging is when you see two of the object. When you either see an inferior mirage, which looks like a reflection, like the object has been placed on a mirror, and you see it directly ahead, and you also see it in the reflection, right? Or you can get a superior mirage, which is the same effect if you have a sharp change in density of air, where the image is multiplied above it instead of.
Just so I'm clear, atmospheric optics, refraction. In refraction, you can have miraging, or you can have
refraction.
Refraction.
No, refraction.
Yes.
Creates
it's all fucking refraction.
Refraction creates. Yeah, but I'm trying to now subcategorize so I can see how looming isn't miraging.
May I? Because Barney did explain it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So if we break it down into, it's Sting Dean. If we break it down into two categories.
What's that? Ding ding.
You can't remember some shit I said that you thought was retarded before you started explaining something to me, because then it worries how you're explaining it to me. I don't know if you're playing Flat Earth Dean or
no. So basically, refraction is the bending of light through the atmosphere. Now, that when we describe effects and have to tie words to these effects, what Barney just said was, I absolutely agree with, is mirage, and these are the definitions as well. So mirage and the different types of miraging effect are when you actually get a alteration of the image, most commonly duplication and or inversion. I think to some extent compression comes into it. Regardless of all of wait a minute,
isn't a mirror, isn't the object again.
Yeah, but the thing is, the compression and stretching is actually part and parcel of the inversion or mirroring anyway, because it will never be aspect correct. But anyway, the point is,
you're not at the right angle to have the perfect image of the whole mirage, basically.
So, right? but the point there is, all that is doing is this is the order in which light occurs in relation to the order vertical that it actually left these objects. That's all that is. And then we've got a second aspect to it, which still encompasses the first in the overall effects. Okay. And that is, we can generally say that under standard atmospheric conditions, things are slightly raised up optically. And that includes, if present, all of those effects as well. Okay, so one is about Y translation, the other is about the order in relation to the order that is the physical geometry, and that would be my explanation.
And that was what you were saying. That's what you were saying. That's what you were saying earlier, Dean.
Yeah,
when you were talking about the boat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm
You
just,
know,
I'm just
you know
clarifying what
why
you're saying. Thank you.
you know why
If you've
I
ever
can't
heard the
stand you,
term 7 over
Sean.
6.
Shut up, Barney. You know why I
Shut
can't
up,
stand
John.
you, Sean?
Fuck off,
Every
John.
single fucking time I come on here, I have to agree with Barney, and I fucking hate that.
You don't have to
It's
agree
because
with
he's
me.
super Barney.
Well, you
It's
fucking...
okay, John.
Yeah.
You can also be wrong. I'm a very kind person. You don't have to agree
Yes,
with me.
Barney. Just because you're wrong doesn't mean you have to prove it.
Yeah, and I just
Yeah.
want to say
Just
for the,
really- just-
I want to say, do we have time for another peer review?
Oh, wait a minute. Just before you do that, Sean. Just before you do that, Sean.
Okay, go ahead.
Let the robot finish. Wait a minute. There we go. So, no, just before that, Sean. It sounded like it was squeezing one out or something. I just wanted to let it pass. No, I would like to.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Oh, that was really good. But just for your benefit, Sean, I would like to say that Barney's point about miraging was very, very, very good. It was actually super good. That's how much I agree with it.
No,
I
get
see
what
what you
Barney
did.
was saying. Barney, do you see what I was
Hashtag
asking
sting
though?
ding.
Like how Stingray answered it? But I get what you're saying now, but I was trying to see like the category it was in, but Dean made it. He simplified it a little bit. God, he simplified it better than you did. I guess God has his flaws once in a while.
Barney is super Barney.
I can coin a term for you if you want. I can also make up terms.
Can we wait until
if you want?
Well, I would like the moment to pass that I just said that you didn't explain some correctly.
Are you talking about the Barney orgasma?
Yes.
That's
The
a
Barney
phenomenon that no
orgasmatron.
one's ever experienced. It's a hypothetical.
Sean, did you happen to did you hear my little dalliance with Travis earlier on today?
He let you on his panel.
Huh?
Did he get upset with you? Did he get like a child and
I'm
petulant?
so fucking happy you're here.
Yeah,
Toby.
well, I tried to. Well, yeah, I tried to wind him up as best I could.
Did you ask him about the damn birds?
But he when I really kind of when he hit the brick wall of what I was saying, he just turned into a petulant child and said, "Oh, I really don't want to cut you off. I don't want to block you, John. You know."
I wanted to block the shit out of you.
But I'm going to anyway.
But my main the main reason why I said, like, hey Travis, give me a link and we can talk about it. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Just messing around all the time with these observations right on the water. And I said to him, for example, like, you wouldn't get a surveyor trying to take any kind of accurate measurements in that situation. And he's like, "Oh, that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant." He completely dodges this. Whenever I've said to him, get to some elevation. And so you're above all this grey area that you try to maneuver in.
But he doesn't want to. It gives him the excuse, doesn't it? Because that is the problem with taking anything within 2-3 meters of the water is you get all the effects that we see, right? And that's why the old surveyors, as I keep saying, used to get up really high when they wanted to take their accurate measurements for triangulation points and that. They got right up at the top of hills. There was a reason for that.
Which goes back to what I've been saying. Quit looking over the freaking.
Yeah, get reference points, you dumb fuck.
That's why
I've got to say it.
It's exactly why the observations made by Miles Davis, in particular, they're rock solid. Because he makes these observations. You've got a decent chance of a reasonably homogeneous air density. and away from all this ether band shit. You know, Travis is depending on everything being all fucked up just above the water to just hum and haw and talk shit about it. It's boring as fuck.
What, you're saying he's disingenuous, John?
Yeah. Yep.
Wait, so
wow, who would have thought that?
Would a good observation of those oil rigs would be, say, maybe the local? From where that is, the local mountains, like maybe the middle of the mountain, so you have like the coastline in view, stuff like that, right?
Well, it's not high enough. I mean, if you're, I mean, going back to, I mean, I don't want to sound like a Miles Davis fanboy, but I kind of am.
That's so cute.
If the observer is at a decent elevation and the target is at a decent elevation, you can really start to record some decent data, because you're completely away from the effect of different densities of air near the surface of water or the ground or whatever. That's why Ranty, Travis, fucking whoever else, they just keep going with these observations, because there's this grey area that they can wriggle about in.
Exactly, it gives them the wiggle room, right, to obfuscate and say there may be an effect and the globe is wrong and the horizon isn't where it is. Exactly, it's just rubbish, right? If they were really serious about doing the observations, they might do it there and then they'd progressively do it at different heights, right? And then they'd look at those observations over a period of time. I mean, it's not really hard, is it? If you really wanted to look into this, you'd do a sequence of photographs over a sequence of days at a sequence of heights. Do you see what I mean? And then you would take that data set and then you'd have a good data set to work with.
Tony, you would also want a person to come with you to make the observation together, so there was more than one person.
I agree, you would, yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, you could do it in a month, probably, or a couple of months, right? Depending on the weather and depending where you're doing the sites, right?
But you're expecting integrity.
Yeah.
You're expecting integrity out of these people.
There is not.
That's the problem. Give too much.
Wait, but doesn't Travis do what Toady just said?
He does.
No.
The fact that he does it in the same location over different parts of the day, but not. They're saying, Travis, gain more elevation, so less miraging is happening, and he's saying, "Fuck you guys." That's the problem. He should be saying, but Matt, Chris, you're a perfect example. God damn it, I'm going to do it again. Chris, you're a perfect example of what Travis refuses to do. Remember when you were doing the albedo test and all that shit? And we got on your case for the first one. What'd you do?
I mean, I redid it.
Okay, we said, fucking much better, but we can't tell this, and this. What'd you do?
Redid it again.
Okay, Travis refuses to take any suggestion to improve his observations for a reason. What you did is that's why I've always defended you on this shit at the very little, which I'll stop because you do talk shit the second you leave here, dickhead. Yeah, motherfucker, I hear it. I know, I heard. Oh, fuck you. I'm going to choke you the fuck out. I'm going to make a trip out there just to roll. You, even though you were reluctant at first, you did it because I know something in your head had said, what if I did do it wrong? And that's why, even if it was subconscious, that's why you redid them. Travis refuses outright to listen to any suggestion. There's something wrong with that. The motherfucker said the only way he'd make an observation with me there if I gave him $500. A little disingenuous.
Fuck.
Especially because something Chris, that you were there too. Did you hear me one time call Travis a liar?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll take I don't know. But it definitely wasn't a yes. Was I disrespectful to him on that panel?
Hope so.
I'm really not sure which time or panel you're talking about.
When he had his little meltdown on Jose's.
I don't know.
Do you even watch my channel? Because I'm gonna tell you
I
right
still
now.
can't tell if he was melting down or if he was doing his best to imitate Brenda
No,
during the
Yeah.
end.
that was a meltdown.
That's
Because I've
what-
heard him talk about it after.
It sounded like a pretty spot on impersonation of Brenda's meltdown.
Oh, that one was definitely Brenda. That was
No, but no one can do it like she did. That was crazy. That was.
But you know what I've always had this problem with Travis. I don't know if scolding is the right word, but I've always said to him, he tries to kind of hide it and not talk about it. I've always said, if you are trying to subvert proper scientific observations with data that is repeatable, etc., you need to make measurements. You need to take the temperature, you need to your exact position, etc., etc. And he keeps saying, "Oh no, I don't need to. I don't need to take measurements. I don't need to do it." So he's like, well, I just need to kind of shoot a shitty video and say, I reckon this is happening, and he thinks that's enough and that's
Here's
good
the
enough.
problem, Travis.
What load of fucking
that's
shit.
the thing. Travis doesn't even say anything of science, and when we're talking refraction, he doesn't even talk against it. He agrees with everything it says. He may say things that aren't what this is and that, but if you look at his images, and I have proof of it, I did it for fucking 2 weeks. That's why I'm so aggravated by this whole situation. For 2 weeks, we broke the living crap down of his Anacap Island. The second I brought data to the table, and then Erebus brought his overlays and what he had seen in it, that's when Travis flipped. That's when he flipped the switch. Not even then was I disrespectful to that fucking idiot. And now I'm being disrespectful because I don't give a fuck. He's already made it very clear that he's disingenuous with that you got to pay me for anything type shit. I wouldn't pay Travis $1 to shit on his face.
Yeah, the pay thing was a little bit ridiculous, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, see,
Yeah,
the reason
I
I
agree.
have a problem with Travis was the time when I told him he took a shitty photo and he said he wanted to kick my teeth in because I criticised him.
Well, see, I expect that shit. You're an asshole, Davros.
No. He said, I will come there and I will kick your teeth in for
Davros,
that.
Trust me.
That
Davros,
is
Davros,
being a...
If I was on the other side of the table, like I was before, and I had come across to you, you know what I would have said to you? You better hope I never find myself in front of your fucking door, because I will kick your teeth in.
Why? Because you took a shit photo?
Oh, no, no.
Davros,
Davros, I keep it real. That's the thing, though. You guys are assholes sometimes. And Davros, I'm going to say this. You have definitely toned it down here. Because I hear you other places.
You know what?
And I don't say nothing.
You know why?
But you've definitely toned it
You
down
know
here.
I want to know.
That therapy thing that you said wouldn't work, fuck you, it's working.
Only
You
here.
know,
Only
I
here,
want to
just
know,
not everywhere else.
because Davros, you quite clearly don't have any accent. I mean, where the fuck are you from?
Well, that's good. It's confusion. I'm a foreigner of foreigners.
He's a Smurf.
He doesn't see Polaris.
Did you spend time anywhere else? Because I can tell, because it does slip in very thick sometimes. But like when you're talking
Well,
like
look,
here,
come on, mate. Look, what I've got to tell you, you're a blazing idiot, right? Now, don't fuck with me, or I'll get my fucking koalas after you.
I could like sometimes it's thick, but I could tell like when you're just talking, like it sounds like you've had to lessen the accent before. It seems like.
Yes, well, the good thing is that over here in South Australia, which was the non-convict settlement of the country, we got no convicts settled Adelaide. None of them.
Yeah, it was too far. Yeah, they didn't have any money or boats. What the fuck?
Well, no, because we were settled in 1836 by colonists.
Wait, I thought you guys were there way before that.
Not Adelaide.
I'm gonna start yo mama jokes if you're not careful, Davros.
Well, that's all right. Because I know your mama, and she screamed last night.
Oh!
Your mama was so
You were
short,
here
you made
talking,
Sean G look tall.
Davros. You were here talking all night. What are you talking about?
How could she scream if she's dead?
Was I?
Davros.
Exactly. That's why she screamed, because I woke her up.
Damn.
Davros.
Well, there you go. Apparently, Davros is laying pipe.
Necromancy, right? Necromancy.
Who kept saying? It was Channel Q, wherever the fuck she's at. She brought some fucking weird ass word, and we were talking about veganism, and she was talking about cells, and it sounded like she was talking about that. It was.
There's a Yo Mama joke that it's kind of relevant to like the whole kind of flat Earth thing and the pressure gradient, which is your mama's so fat when I climb on top of her, my ears pop.
Perfect accent.
Yeah.
Hey Chris, is that fucking that new math shit?
Yes.
Kid sitting right there. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Math is racist.
Man.
Don't bring it up. Math is racist.
My son came at me with that stuff, and I'm looking at it going, I got A's in math all through high school. Bring your math to me. He brought that stuff in front of me, and I went, what the hell am I looking at? Why are
double core?
So is that not how you would do it?
Oh my god!
It's 30 times 9 plus 9 times 9.
They used to explain.
So that's exactly.
They used to explain problems with with the different formulations, simplifying, blah 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 blah. Now they put like the math problem on the side right there that's new. I've never seen that. They do
That's precisely
through like real world experience. It's like, huh?
So that's precisely how I learned to do it. I precisely learned exactly what you're saying there. What we were told to do is we would multiply 9 by 9. We learned that from our times tables. So 9 9s are 81. And then we go 3 9s are 27. But because it's 30, it's got a 0. So it's therefore 270. And then we'd add it up. That's exactly what we did.
That's how I do it in my head.
Yeah. No. Tody, do you see the word problem? How it's in.
Well, you could do.
But do you see that?
You could do 360 minus 9, right?
Hang on, Tony. No, Tony. See, you look past what you're supposed to be looking at because you would actually make your kid fail because these
just
things
really quickly.
These are, hang on.
It's 390
of course,
minus
he's
9.
passed.
These
he got an A star actually in his maths, so he didn't fail.
I don't know. Hang on, just listen, man. Because in these,
we only just did them.
They don't want you to just do the math. Sometimes they want you to explain it like that, not.
That's how I would do it. That is how I would do it.
Here's the one that's gonna throw you, Sean.
Wait. I think Tody's not okay. Forget the math problem on the right. You see the paragraph on the left.
Mm-hmm.
That's what normally comes on the work pages, not the equation on the right. Just the word problem. That's how they're teaching kids now. Fuck the word problem.
But what if you just had the equation?
Then it'd make more sense, and you wouldn't have
that's
to.
That's what this is trying to explain. Yeah, but it's trying to explain how you can do the problem in your head without having to actually times 39 by 9. You just times 9 by 9.
No, you guys aren't understanding. No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. It's not the method or the answer or nothing. I'm talking. Look at number 15. Do you see how it says construct
Burger King food lettuce
arguments?
Yeah,
that paragraph right there.
I'm making an argument for it right now. Right, 3 times 9, 27, and you add the 0 because it's in the 10th.
That's what I just said. That's exactly what I just said. And then 9 9 is 81 from your tables is 81. Okay. Add 81, you get 351.
That's the thing.
Exactly how I learned to do it.
You're not understanding. No, stop, Singer. Because you guys aren't understanding what I'm saying. I know how to do fucking math. I understand how the math is done.
Stop being racist.
I'm talking about the word problem that they now equate to every problem. And no one hears you, Carlos, because you're the fucking generation that made that shit start happening.
So at school,
Sean, do you not think that
Hold on, guys. So to pretend that it's easier for a 7, 8, or 9-year-old to do 30 times 9 plus 9 times 9, oh, it's 351, guys. Wow, I can't believe it's so easy. Like, that's ridiculous.
I'm not even
No,
talking
no,
about
that's
that.
how I, that's how I
That part
learned it
is
in year
easy.
5.
That part is easy. I'm not talking about the problem.
For you,
I'm talking about the reading part of it. Why do I got to read a fucking paragraph to do a problem? Why?
No, because that
Well, how
paragraph's
else
asking you to explain the equation.
Exactly. The paragraph is explaining the method they want for you to solve this particular problem. The fact of whether you could do it in an easier way, right, 40 times 9 and
Hey,
then
write it
take
out
9
like that.
away,
Just
yep,
write the fucking
is not
problem.
relevant. Hang on, it's not relevant because this could be 27 times, I don't know, a more difficult number, 17 or something, right? Yep. They're using obviously a slightly simpler number because of the times table coming into it. What they're trying to get to do is to get the child to use a particular method and read the particular paragraph to make the expanded algorithm method, which is the way that they're taught, right? Because when you go into harder problems, you know, you could do this in your head, and I agree you can do it in your head.
Just give us the numbers.
But when you get to much more difficult, when you get to more difficult problems, you need to use the same method, and the method is sound, right?
So
the
wait,
method works for all numbers, however complicated they get.
You telling me that you can't write out and simplify this with numbers, that you have to put a paragraph explaining it?
The question is about the concept, not the
so
maths
the
of it.
answer is he did it right?
No. The answer is exactly what Tony explained in the way that we do it in the UK. Is you break it down into two components to tackle them independently to make it more simple for the general maths problem itself.
Right, but read the question.
Or you can just 9 times 8. I do that in my head pretty simply. That makes more
Her
sense.
answer is correct, and it's incorrect in exactly the way I gave you the textbook answer to this, by the way. Yeah, because as I say, I've been doing these problems quite recently. The textbook answer is it's broken down into 2 maths problems. 30 times 9.
To make it longer.
Yep, or 3 times 9, and then because it's in the tens, you add the 0.
This is ridiculous.
So hang on.
Why can't you times 39 times 9? What is so
Slow
difficult
down.
about
No,
that?
because it's easier to add 2 products together.
No, it's
Let
not.
me just
it
explain.
does more. I just did that in my fucking
Yeah,
head.
you have to do just as much work to break down the 2 numbers.
I'm going to have to drop off the call. I'm going to have to drop off the call because I'll wake the house up, right? And I'm going to get excited by it. But I'll explain it really simply. There are 2 functions you need here. All you need is your times table, your 9 times table. You do 3 times 9, and then you add the 0, and you do 9 times 9, okay? And that's what they're looking for. That is what this problem is looking for. It is correct, Chris. Yep. And you can explain why it's correct in the way that we've said. Yep.
You know what I'd like to hear, Tori? Tell us exactly where the newly crowned dumb fuck of the year went wrong with his 5 divided by 0.
Because he doesn't know how to undefine something.
What do you mean? What was his answer? I don't know that one.
He said it was
What did he
5.
say?
We're talking,
he said it was 5. Okay.
We got to remember, we're talking math. That was talking maths.
Hold on a second. I have a question. Wait a minute. So it's 39 times 9. So 30 times 9 is the sum of the top number.
Mm-hmm.
Where does the second 9 come from to get 9 times 9?
Right, so I'll go through it slowly. This is exactly how you do it.
No,
Hang
it's
on.
easy. Make it 30. 9 times 30. 9 times 9. Add the two up. You get your answer. It's simple.
No.
I did
30
that in my
times 9
fucking
is
head.
270. Wait. 30 times 9 is 270. So where's the other 9 coming from to get 81?
Yeah, the original 9 from the 39 is times by the denominator. The number at the bottom.
Look at it like this. Chris, 39 is 30.
And 9.
Right.
And 9, yes. So 30 times 9, 270. 9 times 9, 81. Add those up. You get your answer.
No, I get that. Where I don't get where there's there's 3 9s, some coming from.
No, there's only 2.
No,
there's only 2.
You use the number twice.
Yeah, the bottom number you use twice because you
look. 351. I'll make it simple. 351. 351 is 30 times 9 and 9 times 9. 351. Yep. 30 times 9. Take that. And then add 9 times 9 to it.
That's way more complex for like a
No, it definitely isn't.
Chris, all it's doing is it's breaking it into decimal components.
I'm going to tell you right now what it's doing. It's forcing you to write it down and not do it in your head. That is exactly what this is.
and it's
No,
showing you that
I
you can
do
use
those. I do
your
those
times
equations
table.
in my head, Sean.
I don't do that.
Yeah.
I don't do the
I
break.
get it now.
I do that, but I don't do the 270 81
But
part. That's
but
added.
Davros, you wouldn't
I don't need
do
to.
3927 times 178 in your head.
No.
Okay.
I'm talking about so a single denominator,
Mhm.
right? With any number on the top, I will divide the number into its components.
I'll tell you exactly how. Yeah,
I
how
will
easy
times
this is.
each one by the number at the bottom,
Okay,
and then add it together.
You're telling me.
Yeah, that's how I do it in my head. I agree. Yeah.
And I do it in my head. I do it like this: 9 times 9, 81. The 1 goes down. Then you put the 8 over. 9 times 3 is 27, plus 8 is 35. That's faster.
Yeah,
and
that's
easier.
long division. That's long multiplication.
That's not.
That's exactly the same as what's being described here. It's just done in a different way.
Yeah, you're right. It gets the same answer, but it's faster and easier in your head. This is a
So
way that forces you to write it
saves Sean
down.
writing down it saves Sean writing down 5 numbers.
Okay, so you're telling. Oh yeah, you know what? I also do grade checking. So that's 5 extra numbers on a piece of math that I got to fucking calculate. That's ridiculous.
No, but we're talking about like
time for peer review.
No, because that's
peer
exactly.
Sean's mathematical methods. Do it in your head. Do it in your head.
No, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Can you keep that carried number if you're doing 2 equations?
Why would you do 2 equations?
No, I'm asking.
Like if
So say you've got 20 times 5. Say you've got 20 times 5, and you've got 25 times 4. Right?
Okay.
How are you going to know which one of those equations had the carried number?
Well,
if
at that point,
I wouldn't. Together.
At that point, I would probably write down the answer, the sum of each one.
Yeah, but you don't have a pen or a piece of paper.
That's not necessary right here. You don't have to do that here.
So when I do this in my head in this following way, right? When I look at this, if I was doing it in my head, I'd go 9 times 9 is 81. I know that's my base number. I'm not changing any zeros. I'd go 3 9s are 27. I'll add the 0, that's 270, and then I'll add it to my first number. So I actually do it the inverse of how they've written it. Yeah, the 270 for me would be the last function. I always do the single digits first in my head. Yeah, in the same way that Davros said that he did it. And then I just add the 270 to the 81 and get my answer.
Yeah.
So let me
so
I do it precisely like this.
In the chat, what's the name? Superior Invectus wrote down how you guys are doing it, and that looks like some more long division than I'm doing.
Of course, there is an easier way to solve it. Times 39 by 10, and then subtract 39.
Yeah, or 40 times 9 take 6.
Yeah.
Sorry, 9.
There's so many ways of doing it, but I mean,
but that's not the point. It's the
when
method.
It's times 9. It's so easy to do in your head anyway.
It's the method they're trying to teach, right? That's what they're trying to do. Teach children the method.
Yeah, to write it down.
It's just a difference of long multiplication. That's all that is.
Yep.
It's funny.
Can you hear me?
You say it's long multiplication, but it's a less.
Right, guys. I'm gonna have to say goodbye. It's been a pleasure. I hated math before coming here, and now I hate math even more. I want to thank you all personally for that, and I'm going to get back on with my life. Thank you very much.
I was going to say we should do a show on this. It's very interesting how everyone does it in different countries.
But the difference is I do it correctly.
See ya.
Oh yeah,
Yes, but I learned long multiplication where you carry the number, right? Carrying the number is exactly the same as this equation. It's just done differently. You're carrying the numbers to the bottom of the equation instead of putting them at the top.
Yeah, your way uses more paper. Thanks for cutting down more trees, Toady and fucking Davros.
So let me ask a question. Let me ask a follow-up question. So a parent posted that in our school's forum, and she says, "Does the order of the partial products matter?" Like, I don't even know what the partial product is.
The partial product is the 270 and the 81.
Yeah. Does it matter if the 270 and the 81?
It doesn't, because as I say, I do it the other way around. So the order doesn't matter. No. Yeah, I logically always deal with the smaller numbers first, just because that's how I was taught. Whereas it's completely legitimate to do it this way as well.
Yeah, basically, I do it reversed. If you want to break it down the same way, I reverse. I do it reversed.
So how do you do it, Sean? How do you do it different to me? What's your method? I haven't quite grasped your method. What do you say? Go slowly, so I know.
So basically, it's not, I'm not looking at the equation, so I'm going to try to remember it. The 9. Oh, okay. So 9 times 9, 81. The 1.
Yep.
You carry down. 9 times 3 is 27 plus the 8 from the 81. 35.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's valid too. Yeah, it's a bit harder though, I think, to carry that product, as Davros said.
Well, like Davros would say, but see, the thing is I would always,
it works just as well.
Write down my sum anyway, and you're right. It would, but it takes one more step or one less step to get to what that you guys have to do for one problem.
It's the same step because.
No. But it's harder, Sean. If you had a product that was 272 and 87, or worse, 87 and 276, you're in real trouble then, aren't you? Because you're adding those two up and it's coming to 13.
Well, if that's the case, then I'm in big trouble doing the way you guys.
You're just carrying multiple, but it's the same thing. You're just every time you carry over.
Yeah, but then you're putting a 3 down, then you're carrying another 1 across to your next. Yeah. It's more complicated, I think.
Well, that one. But to be honest, for that one, I would use 10s and then the 4. Or I don't know which number it was, but I would
Sean,
use
just picture this, right? Say you had 10 plus 100 and 100 times 10. Do they both end up at being the same value?
I don't know. I already lost you. Eagle landed a long time ago, bro. Tony said we should do a stream on math. I was like, thank God, not this one.
But
you also got to remember, in my line of work, when I'm using numbers, first of all, I'm using tenths, so it's a little bit different. I'm constantly writing things down, and I constantly simplify it because in one day I'll do probably 100 different control points, and I couldn't keep all the numbers in my head, so I am writing everything down.
Yeah. We know that, but we're talking about a singular equation, right? So say you had this is where it comes into the addition thing. Okay, if you had 81 over 270 as an addition, or 270 over 81 as an addition, they both equal the same number. It doesn't matter the order that you put addition numbers in; you'll still get the same number.
The crazy part is with those type of numbers, usually they just pop in. I break it down. See, I'm used to doing math differently. A lot of the times when I'm doing math, a lot of the time I'm doing it. I have the answer is there because I see how it breaks down.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's how you're doing it practice. In my work, right, all the time, I'm doing rough percentages of things. Okay, so daily, right, I look at an awful lot of numbers. Right, I look at spreadsheets all day long, and I don't need to be that exact, but I do need to have an instinctive feel for what, I don't know, whatever 27% rise in a percentage of, I don't know, 91 million pounds is or something, right? So again, I don't need the exact number, but I need to know, ballpark, because I'm checking things. So again, I agree with Sean. It very much depends how you're using numbers in your daily thing, how you do it. Yeah. Because as you say, your numbers will often fit, right? Because you're doing sizes of things. Yeah, I get your point.
Because Davros, what you do when you said 270, I think plus 81, to me, what I instantly do is I take the 2 off. I've thrown that 2 away. Just imagine that, right? And then the 81 and the 70, I instantly add that up. I know what 8 and 5 and 7 is, and then you add the 1 to it because I know the number. I know it's going to be beyond 100, so I know I have to add that 100. That number comes instantly to me. That's how I break down. That's exactly how I have to break it down every day. I'll see elevation 426.98. I'm going to be in 8/10 of that, so I don't need the first 2 numbers. So I break numbers down differently. When you're doing like 258 blah 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 times this and that, I even break those down differently. I have to. I because in a daily and in one day I'll take. I may see 7 different control points with 3 different complete numbers, but I can't do that, so I have to break numbers down.
So with this, would you do 10s and then take 39 away, or would you do 40 times 9 and then take 9 away? Which way would you do it quickly if you're trying to do this quickly?
Oh, I do 30. I wouldn't do the 40. That confused me.
You wouldn't do 40. You do what? So how would you do it?
So, say the numbers again.
If you're doing quickly, it was 39 and 9.
Oh, I'm 30. Instantly, I do 30. Right off the bat.
So what?
Because if
you do 30.
So I do the 9 and 930.
All right, so you would actually do it in the full way. Okay, you wouldn't just try and simplify it and turn it into like 40 times 9,
but that
360.
Number, but like we were just saying, that's an easy. That to me in my brain, that seems very easy. That's not big enough.
I see what you mean. It's not problematic enough. It's too easy. You do it in the 2 components. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. In a normal sense of, for like my job, your job, we're gonna see little bit bigger number. So
I agree.
if I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
have
yeah.
to think, it's gonna be a bigger number than that, way bigger than that. Even like 270 and 12. That's easy to me because I'm 10 and 2. That's simple to me.
Yeah, well, that's how I do it. 270 and 12, I do 10 and 2. Yeah, I would. Yeah.
But so yeah, I mean, listen, that's not even as bad as some other problems I've seen on my daughter's homework. That just is honestly kind of mind blowing sometimes.
I honestly think what they're doing now with that is that I think they are forcing kids to write it down. Because even I'm pretty sure you're starting to see is they want you to show the work. Like that's a big thing to them. How did you get to this? I think
it's always been that way.
I think it's a different learning method is what they're trying to teach them. Because I didn't learn that way. I was a scrap paper baby. if you want to break it down, you do everything on scrap paper, and then you throw your answer in.
Right. I was the same way. I definitely think the last maybe 10 to 20 years they've changed it up a lot. Like I did the math that my third grader is doing, I was probably doing in 5th and 6th grade. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
So in the UK, as Davros says, maybe in Australia as well, it's been like this for a while. I did use scrap paper, but we weren't really supposed to. We were supposed to show the workings, right, all the time in doing math. Yeah,
you seem like
in the UK,
we were told to do it in our margin.
You seem like you got a draft paper of your how you did.
I did, yeah. That's me. That's me. I did have a draft paper, and then I wrote it up neatly. You're absolutely right, Sean. You're spot on. Yeah.
My teachers hated
me. We would normally show our workings in a margin on the same piece of paper here in Australia. And we started doing that in grade 3.
And 5th grade, 5th through 10th grade, I got in trouble for this. Okay, so like I said, I grew up grade checking in the grade checking survey world. So how I learned to do numbers, my dad taught me how to do every equation as if it's on a slope. I'm not talking fractions. I'm talking as if it was on a slope. So when I hear the word 2 to 1, I know that's every 2 feet. It's up a foot or in a foot. It's how I do every number. I can do all equations this way. Just in my brain, it's weird. So my teachers.
Year 7.
So when I used to have to show my work, you constantly see slope lines and then like blocks in it. I got in trouble for doodling. Over multiple years, it was crazy.
Oh, I was learning quadratic equations in year 7. So I was learning how to plot both X and Y axis, but then I was starting to learn how to do Z axis plotting.
You know, guys, you've been talking about this for a while. Can I introduce a new problem to solve?
No.
Wait, more math? I'm not doing your
are,
dude.
Introduce me, John. Introduce me.
What?
It's not just. It's not just. It's not just math. It's. Yeah. What I want you to consider is why is it that that light, with its universal speed limit, cannot escape from a black hole? Why is that?
That's a gravitational pull is too extreme.
Where's it going to go?
Because the space is falling into the black hole.
Barney, fuck off!
How?
Well, the question is.
You're not on the fucking panel of it answering people, Barney. Fuck off! The reason why I'm asking this question is because I thought you'd fucked off. I thought it was my duty to fuck with everyone's heads because you weren't here.
Barney, I literally for you.
I literally came in. I literally came in to ask a question.
Hang on, Chris. I want you to understand. Hang on, Chris. I need you to understand something. Not only are you coming in loud and clear, but it also sounds like you're in an echo chamber that has a hallway that told you to talk through that can as loud as you can. So if you just kind of lowered your voice and maybe got a little closer, you wouldn't sound so shrieky.
Sean.
We'll get
No,
the second.
okay, it's just your
anyway,
voice. I'm sorry.
So
John
I
was
know the answer. I
John,
know
what-
the answer, and Barney knows the answer.
So what about the Hawking radiation, though? How about the Hawking radiation? I
wanted
watched
to
the thing
ask, how is
That
a
doesn't
dark
have-
stellar mass
that doesn't
going to
have
produce
any-
any light in the first place?
No, that's not. That's
Wait a
not
minute.
relevant to the
Whoa,
question.
It's a valid question.
Whoa.
Wait.
I got a question. I got a question to that then. Wait.
So what about
If
the
a
Hawking radiation?
photon goes into a black hole, that energy is destroyed.
It is not. It
How
is
do you
contained
know?
within the mass of
How
the
do you
black
know?
hole.
How do you know if you can't see it?
How do you know if you can't see it?
Yeah,
What's up?
Barney.
What's
Were
up,
you
Barney?
there?
Don't give them
Answer
any
that
clues,
question.
Barney.
Were you there,
Hey,
Barney?
I got
Did
your
you
back.
see it?
Hey, I got your back, John. Answer that, Barney. Energy
One of
cannot be
those law
created
things,
or
Sean.
destroyed. But explain to me how you know a photon isn't destroyed in a black hole. I'm waiting.
A photon is destroyed in the black hole.
Wait, you just said it wasn't.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you
I
just
said
said
that
light
its
wasn't destroyed.
I said that its energy is conserved as the mass of the black hole.
No, it's destroyed.
You did not say that.
This is a common theme. This sounds to me like the reversal of the burden of proof, and Barney doesn't have to say anything. You guys have got to come up with the answers.
Wait.
Yeah, but I
First
made
of
a
all,
statement.
I made my statement defending you, John, and Barney making that answer so quickly. And you just turned that on me. Okay, I'm gonna ask this question again. And I know what you said, Barney. I'm gonna say this right. I'm gonna say this again. So when a photon enters a black hole, it's being destroyed.
Yes.
You just said, I said, well, energy can't be destroyed.
Yes.
And then you said it was destroyed.
The photon is destroyed.
Wait. I'm sorry. You said the photon wasn't destroyed, and I said, how do you know if you can't see the photon?
No. I said the photon is destroyed. The energy isn't destroyed.
Yeah, so here's the question. How does light escape if it's not a photon?
Well, the original question was how come light cannot escape if it's at the universal speed limit of the speed of light? How come it can't get out of a black hole?
Because it's negative. Well, it's not negative. It's neutral.
Wait a minute. If a black hole then takes on the energy of the photon that it's just destroyed, how do we know how big a black hole is to say it has mass?
But isn't the black hole moving at the speed of light at the event horizon?
Huh?
I don't know. I watched the thing about it yesterday. There were 5 explanations of gravity from Wired, which was really quite good.
But
And the
wouldn't it
end
have to be
point, they
faster?
started talking.
Wouldn't it have to be faster than the speed of light? And that's why the light cannot escape?
Why would it have to be faster? Why couldn't it be the exact same speed holding it back?
Because then
it cancels it out.
Yeah, it would stay in one spot though.
Yeah, exactly, and therefore you get Hawking radiation.
Magic. Now I'm just confused.
I thought the event horizon was like a zone. Yep, it's not a line really. And that I saw a really good lecture by that physicist who said that actually you don't even realize once you've passed into the event horizon, like nothing magically happens as you pass into it.
So
But stuff. Sorry.
You ever seen anyone cliff jump before?
Yes.
That's got nothing to do with
Yes,
what
it
happens to
does.
you at Event Horizon.
Yes, it does.
Nothing at all.
Watch, I'm going to explain it right now.
Okay,
And
do you
it's gonna make
spaghettify
sense.
when you jump off that cliff?
Sometimes. If you do it wrong.
No, I'm not talking about what comes out your backside.
So if you're standing on the cliff and someone in front of you is jumping off the cliff, you see their whole body, and then you see little bits, and then the tip of their head, and then they're gone. That's the event horizon.
No,
Yes, it
no, I've
is.
seen a
Isn't it
very
one of
good
the
explanation of it. That isn't the case. Yeah, the guy Leonard, what's he called? Susskind, is it? He does a whole lecture on it with using fish in a waterfall. It's really rather good if you watch it. And his point is that you don't even realise if you've gone into that.
I'll give you. I'll give you.
Typhoon.
I'll give you.
Have you
I'll
seen
give
it?
you a clue. I'll give you a
Leonard
clue,
Susskind.
guys. You know, when you think about the Earth, there has to be an escape velocity.
Yes.
Yeah. Think about it in that sense.
That's what I just fucking said a minute ago.
It's okay, Smurfers.
Yeah, he said it better.
John, that was amazing. Thank you, John. That was probably the best explanation of that possible.
How's that?
And
Yeah,
that
what did
means,
he explain,
and that would
Sean?
mean, Davros, your explanation sucked.
What, that I stated that if the force holding it back was the same speed as the speed of light was not the correct explanation?
Nah. I understand now that the light cannot exceed the escape velocity that it would need for us to continue seeing it.
It's just Smurfy.
Yes, it is just Smurfy.
Yeah, see
It's
how John.
Smurfy, Sean.
See, even the way I explained it to you, and because of the way I understand it now, is better thanks to John.
But here's a question: how did the light get in there in the first place?
The back
Because it
door.
shines.
Because it's what? Angular.
Because Smurf berries.
I know you're hungry, Josh. And get it.
Gravity, you retards! Gravity.
Hey,
Sean,
Sean,
almost
you
everything
said
you ordered is here.
you said the event horizon was a black sphere that you sink into, and your feet go into it, and then your body, and then until the top of your head disappears.
What the fuck? I didn't say all that.
Yeah, you did,
You
because you
didn't?
equated it to jumping off a cliff.
Yeah, but I didn't say all what Barney just said.
There-
That sounded way too smart for me to have said it.
There's a huge problem with imagining it that way. It's not just a black sphere that you disappear into, because if you remember what I told you about general relativity, that within a gravitational field, the closer you are to a gravitational field, time goes slower, which is why we have to adjust all our GPS satellites to tick slightly slower to be in sync with our clocks on the surface of the Earth.
Mhm.
So the black hole has such a massive gravity field that as you approach it, as you reach that point where the escape velocity equals the speed of light, your time literally stops. You never reach the event horizon. You just slow down and slow down and slow down and slow down and get redshifted and redshifted and redshifted and never hit the surface.
So it's almost like you need the fabric of space to have time.
Yes.
And a black hole doesn't have the fabric to bury time
Yes.
on. Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Boom.
But
and that's how
the
you
actual
understand. Bam.
the scary thing to me about black holes, in a kind of horror sense, is that beyond the event horizon, the reason why light can't escape is not because it's not fast enough. The reason why it can't escape is because all paths lead into the black hole. There is no way out.
Okay, this is gonna sound crazy, okay? But I have to say it.
Yeah.
Okay, so imagine the fabric of space and a black hole. What if the fabric of space in a black hole was? How do you say it? Was flipped out. So imagine if you had a balloon, and the fabric of space is everything inside that balloon. And you so the
Try
balloon,
not to try not to sound like Travis.
damn it, fuck you. All right. So I'm trying to visualize. So imagine. Okay, but there's a better way. So imagine
Travis is showing.
imagine a gravity well, right?
Yeah.
No.
A black hole doesn't have a bottom of a gravity well, but whereas
it's
a gravity
surrounded by the
well,
fabric of space.
listen. The same way mass bends the fabric of space, how we perceive in to the fabric of space. What if inside a black hole it's out? I don't know how to I don't know how to even explain what I'm trying to.
So the mass of the stellar mass at the center of the black hole has a massive gravitational pull because the amount of space time it's bending.
I know how to fuck. Dun, 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 bring out the paints.
But what do you think about that? To me, that's the, if you want to think of a black hole as a terrifying sort of sci-fi thing, it's not just that the gravitational pull is too much to accelerate out of it. It's that actually all paths, once you go over the event horizon, all paths lead further into the black hole. There is no way out. There's there is no way to actually get out. You're completely and utterly fucked if you haven't, spaghettified and been made into mincemeat anyway. But
it's like the Newton's. Was it Newton's cannon example? If you fire it fast enough, it'll do the orbit. What happens inside the black hole is that you're firing that cannon, but because the orbit inside causes it to double back on itself, you'll never get out, ever.
Yeah. Did Barney just do a sort of little dip and then fuck off again? Did he?
Yeah, that's what I do.
What do you have to say about that? About what I've just said, Barney? I mean, I can't think how I might have gone wrong in what I've just said, but I'd quite like to hear. I do actually quite like hearing you disagree with me. But
are you going to yell at me again if I talk?
Yes, I fucking will. Yeah, go for it, man.
I have no idea what you've said. I was reading about photospheres.
Ha.
God damn it. Well,
John, you made all these great arguments.
I held the fort, Barney. That's all I can say.
And Barney just ignored everything, John.
I'm going to get him.
I would too. I'd make it your mission to destroy Barney.
Okay.
Many have tried.
Yes, but Barney, we could turn you into a singularity.
For those of you who do care about what I'm trying to explain about this black hole thing, and then the people in the YouTube who have to watch. Suckers. Okay, so
did you do a little crayon drawing?
I'm about to.
Yeah, Barney, what did you hear?
About what?
Black hole.
I heard I heard that Shanji is trying to come up with a model in which they don't point inwards, they point outwards.
But he's drawing belly buttons.
Well, I said that I explained
Wait. Do you guys
that
understand how this feels? Do you understand how it feels to hate your god so damn much?
Yes, that's called mesotheism.
It's something? Fuck you, Barney!
is that what I am? Oh man. No, but
you're a
what I was saying
mesotheist?
was what I was saying was that that trying to explain the concept of the fact that black holes don't actually have an escape velocity. It's not that light isn't fast enough to get out. It can't get out because the fabric of space and time is warped that much that beyond the event horizon, all paths lead into the black hole and not out.
So the mathematical description of that is something like beyond the event horizon, all space coordinates become time-like and all time coordinates become space-like, meaning that the center of the black hole is as inevitable as tomorrow.
I mean,
you just
I know this is difficult for you. I know this is difficult for you, Barney. But do you agree with what I just said?
Can you guys Barney, can you see my screen? What I'm showing?
Nope.
Hit that like
Let's
button.
give me a second. I know.
He's being ignorant, Sean.
Nail him down.
We'll see. What I think is I'm not sure if as my God, he is teaching me a lesson right now. So he's forcing me to explain it better. That's how I see it. Barney. Okay, do you see it?
Yep.
Okay, so the black part where the person is in the middle, that's the black hole. The line across as the horizontal line is obviously going to be the event horizon. I know. Okay, just I spent a lot of time on this. Hang on. Okay.
Yeah.
Where the black hole, the event horizon, we no longer can see the light, would be where the fabric inverts itself. Why the fuck can I just say that? Where the person is, once he's crossed that event horizon, that's how he comes out on that fabric of space. Guess that'd be like a wormhole, wouldn't it?
Yep. And what you've drawn and described is literally it's called an Einstein-Rosen bridge, and it is.
So what you just said is that
it is a wormhole.
So like what you're saying is like, I just thought like Einstein.
Yep.
Boom, motherfuckers. No, you Fuck that. No. I'm shutting it all down. If I'm going to end it, I'm going to end it on that note. Okay,
well,
I'm sorry.
You've had the same idea as Einstein. Einstein actually had to collaborate with other people to develop it enough, but yeah, the part of developing it enough to have it make sense is the relevant part. Anybody can just spout shit.
And what I was just thinking was to realistically to do that, you would have to basically destroy something, rip it into little pieces, and then put it back together inverted. And that would be the idea of what it would feel like in the event horizon. That ripping apart feeling, I guess.
So, I'm sorry. I've got to ask. I've got to just get this squared out. Barney, do you agree with what you heard about what I've said?
I neither agree nor disagree. It's one
fucking cunt.
It's
You
one.
just fucking flip-flopped.
You know what just
No,
happened?
Barney, you just lost all credibility.
No, he didn't. Because everything that was happening before has inverted itself like my wormhole theory. Yeah, that's right. Mine. Where do you go to get the Nobel Prize? Because I will legitimately go there and tell them exactly what I just told you guys.
So
they're gonna laugh
where
you
did,
out.
Where did I where did I go wrong, Barney?
Coming on this panel, I think. Wait, that was a jab at me.
You
Fuck.
fucking chicken little bastard.
I'm going to sound very flat earthy about this, but it's math. It's logically feasible. It can be described by math. Depending on which math you pick and which model you pick, you will get certain interpretations of what happens inside a black hole. That black holes exist is necessary if general relativity is true, and general relativity appears to be true in all relevant ways to make sure that black holes do exist. But what happens inside, what happens beyond the singularities where our math and science fails, is under speculation. So yes, there are models which describe it that way. There are ways of graphing space and time and showing mathematically that you can invert space to become time-like and time to become space-like if you do this sort of transformation. But that's not confirmed. There is no empirical data to support that.
It might surprise you, Barney,
it's purely theoretical.
That I disagree with what you've just said.
Fair enough.
You are aware that that the catastrophic collapse of gravity can actually happen with Newton's laws.
Yes.
Mm. Does that not bring weight to this being a sort of also to this being a sort of an actual real thing, and as well with the observations that we can make. I know you like to sort of sit on the sidelines and sort of sit on the fence, but I have to commend you for that. But it's it's good to
so
sit on the
you've
fence.
You've asked me whether I think it's correct or not, right? You've asked me whether I think it's correct or not, and I'm withholding my judgment. Is it plausible? Yes, it is. Right. But something being plausible based on ignorance is not enough for me to make a claim that it is so.
I think it's really. I don't think it's fair or logical or reasonable for you to say that it's just plausible. I don't think that's not.
It is.
That's not
it
true.
is.
How is it?
We do not have the math nor the science yet to describe what happens beyond the singularity, and the event horizon is one of such singularities. Now there are that model. That model that you have described is mathematically coherent given certain properties of space-time which have not been confirmed. If those properties are true, then that statement is true. That has neither been confirmed nor disconfirmed. Therefore, it is possible. And since it is mathematically coherent and it is not in contradiction with anything that we know, it is therefore plausible.
Well, I was kind of talking about
But there are other descriptions of black holes which are equally as plausible and are not that one.
Yeah, but I think we're kind of cross talking because we're that mathematical or head fuck, for want of a better word, was the thing that I laid out about whether or not light could escape. I mean what happens exactly after the event horizon is completely unknown. But what I would like you to agree upon, or tell me what you agree upon, is that gravitational collapse, in terms of general relativity, or Newton's gravitational theory, is what happens in reality. You've got to accept that.
No, I agree that black holes exist.
Oh, Barney.
What?
If we were actually in the same place, I would give you a hug.
Why? I thought I said that clearly. The
You never
relevant
say
parts.
anything clearly.
The relevant parts of general relativity that make black holes a necessity have been shown to be true. Therefore, black holes exist. Beyond that, we've seen black holes. We've imaged them. We've seen things orbit around them. We can
Actually,
describe
that's not
how.
true. That's not true, Barney.
Ooh.
I don't want to.
Horizon.
I don't want to fall out with you so soon after giving you a big hug and everything.
No, go ahead.
But we haven't imaged black holes, and I'm quite sure you would retract that. We have imaged the matter in the accretion disk of a black hole. Good. Well, you can't image a black hole, can you?
How do you image
Fair
black on
enough. So we have imaged the matter falling into it. We have imaged the velocity, like the data that imaged it contains the velocity and the distribution of that matter. So we know how things are orbiting and moving around it. By the imaging of that matter, we see how light is bent around it. So yes, we have imaged everything that is imageable about a black hole.
Yes. Okay. I'm glad that you agreed with me.
Yeah. Fair enough. No, I do.
Yeah.
It's just a point of clarification.
Yes. Barney, I think we're on the same page. I really do. I'm starting to think that. And that's a good thing. As long as you just don't kind of poke any holes in anything else that I have to say ever. Yeah. Anyway, fucking. I mean, this might be like really boring for everyone else, and they probably want to actually just talk about normal
John.
stuff.
No, John. Don't put me into this bracket of everybody.
Well,
it's a show. The show is what it is. It has an audience. The audience that is here is usually here to see things that happen in this show. This is the kind of thing that happens in this show. I don't care if they're bored.
I mean, like this. I mean, I feel like I'm I feel. I mean, this is the kind of shit that keeps me awake at night.
Whether or not you can escape a black hole.
Do you feel like you're imposing on the audience?
One at a time. What did you say?
All of the above.
Do you feel like you're?
No,
do you feel like you're imposing on the audience?
Not that I feel like I'm imposing on everybody, but the these things, these kind of poorly understood things about the nature of the universe. I do. I mean, I got to say, I'm a class 1 grade A geek, and I think about these kind of things a lot, and it's really, as much as I hate the fucker, it's really good to speak to Barney about these things. I don't hate you. I don't. Well, fucking, I kind of do that.
It's okay. You can hate me if you want to. I don't mind.
Well,
but I appreciate that you said that you didn't hate me after saying all those.
Yeah, well, fucking whatever. I wouldn't hold your hand inside the black hole, Barney. Anyway,
you wouldn't be able to.
Well, that's the.
I have a question. I have a question for everybody. Anybody that can answer. Do you think it's possible at some point in the future that humankind could ever actually understand what would happen beyond the event horizon of a black hole? Do you think it could ever possibly happen that we'd eventually understand and know exactly what's happening and why it's happening and all the rest of it, and actually model it?
Yes.
Sabina Hosenfelder just recently had a really good video about testing quantum gravity that touches on this. Basically, if since black holes are dragging space around them, every mass is curving space around it. As things spin, the space around it kind of curves to follow it as it moves. So spinning black holes drag space around them. That means that the event horizons of spinning black holes are smaller than those that are not. So hypothetically, you can have a black hole which is spinning so fast that it doesn't have an event horizon. And that would be a naked singularity, which would then be observable.
I think I'm probably thinking more along the lines of actual matter. What happens to matter? Any kind of matter that could be, that goes into the event horizon, where it goes, what happens to it, and why it happens. I think that's probably more because we understand what happens to light. We know that even light can't escape it because of the huge gravitational forces involved. So I'm thinking more along the lines of matter, because we have no. It's all the theories. Well, not theories. The hypotheses that we have are just purely that. They're just purely hypothetical because we don't really know. And I always wonder, well, how could we ever possibly find out what actually happens? The only way that I think that it could be done is to somehow send something. I'm not saying a probe necessarily, but something, or try and understand what actually happens. That's what I'm thinking.
How long do you think it would take something to get to Sagittarius A?
Is that was that Gleam?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Davros. I understand that. I understand the distances involved and the forces involved. I understand that. I'm just saying, do you think at some point it could be thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, millions of years, even if humanity survives that long, even if we did even billions of years, if we still, is it possible at some point in the future that we'd understand exactly what a black hole is and what it does and how it works and what happens to matter when it goes to beyond the event horizon?
If we break interstellar travel, we'll be able to do it.
I'm not gonna. I don't want to start a conversation or anything. Is that Gleam that's talking?
No, that's Casual Spaceman.
It's a general question. It's not an argument. I'm just asking a question as to what people think would actually happen.
That's what all flat earthers do. It just looked to me like on my phone that Gleam was talking. But,
no, it's me talking, casual spaceman. I'm definitely not Gleam. Most certainly not Gleam.
That's very reassuring. But he's here.
Did I come across as if I was talking like a flat earther or denying it or something? Or
well, that's just fucking English accents. They all sound the same, you know what I
mean? Yeah, John.
Well, you fucking
all your
Scots sound the same to me as well.
Fucking same, whether you're Scottish or English.
Oh, I'm kidding.
I know, John. Come on, you know me enough.
Yeah, well, yeah, fucking. But I would. This is the kind of conversation that I would really relish if Gleam was to actually join in.
You won't get that kind of conversation with Gleam. I can assure you of that.
Yes, that's true, and that's why he won't join.
Anyway, to my question, do you think it's possible and why?
Could you just summarize? I was just so like keenly. Is that fucking?
I'll summarize then. Do you think at some point in the future, regardless whether human beings survive thousands of years or billions of years, do you think it's possible in the future that we would fully understand what happens beyond the event horizon of a black hole? And I'm talking more along the lines of, of matter, actual matter. That's my question. And why as well?
Yes, I think so.
Why and how?
Well, I think our perspective as we are is very, 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 very short. We tend to think that we've mastered everything. We have an extremely limited point of view. I mean, it's happened a few times in recent history where physicists have actually kind of said, yeah, it's all done. We know everything, and we don't know anything really. We know a fraction of an amount of the nature of the universe, and we haven't been alive long enough to figure it all out. I mean, if you try and imagine. The universe is, as we think it is 13 odd billion years old. Imagine if we were in a star system that was near that birth of the universe, that was stable enough. You could actually have a civilization that was maybe several billion years ahead of us, and just think about what the Industrial Revolution.
That's where the Fermi. That's where the Fermi paradox comes in, because you'd expect that we'd have really advanced civilizations, but we don't see them.
Yeah, but why would you? I mean, the Fermi paradox is. Yeah, I mean, it's a big question. I mean, where are they?
Our 12 cosmic seconds is not long enough to be able to see that shit.
But also, the universe is fucking huge, and even in our own galaxy, it's this human condition that we think that we're in a privileged place, that that somebody should contact us, or you know, we're a tiny fucking little speck, and if we ever detect any life, it's a sad but true fact. If there is other life in the galaxy, we probably won't actually have any meaningful contact with them.
Yeah,
This place
possibly.
is fucking huge.
Yeah, but there's also the theory that if a civilization could survive hundreds of thousands of years, it would probably learn to harness the power of its own star, not to mention travel to other planets and possibly harness the power of other stars. That's the kind of thing that we'd expect to be able to recognize.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the kind of getting back to what we were the original question of you know, could we actually decipher what's going on in a black hole? Presumably,
the other thing is can I just add to what you're saying, John, as well, is that you say we only know a tiny fraction of what we go in the universe, but trouble is we don't know what we don't know, if that makes sense. Well, there's probably a lot that we yet to even discover about stuff that we don't know about, if that makes sense. You know, there's going to be more stuff that is probably going to appear that we have, what the heck is that? Do you know what I mean? So it still comes back to kind of like, we don't know what we don't know until we know about it. You understand what I'm saying? So we don't know what that fraction. We don't know what that fraction of the universe we don't know about yet is.
Well, I mean, I think it's quite easy. It's quite easy to rationally say that that fraction that we don't know about is actually everything, and what we know is actually the fraction.
I know, but there is a distinction between knowing everything and knowing everything relevant, right? There are infinitely many classes and categories. You can group and subdivide objects in the universe and things, like literally philosophically things, into groups in an infinite amount of ways. That does not mean that every of those grouping is relevant, useful, or conducive to further exploration of reality. So, saying that we literally know nothing or know an infinitesimal part of everything is true, but that doesn't mean that we don't know most of what's relevant, even though we don't know what we don't know.
It doesn't mean that either.
What doesn't mean what either?
It doesn't. What you've just said doesn't mean that we know most of what's happening. That's an extremely short-sighted point of view.
Okay. Care to add something to that, except just calling me short-sighted? Like I did the whole argument of why there is a difference between the total sum of things that we don't know versus the. Come on, give me something. Don't just call me short-sighted.
Yeah, but the cloud of the unknown is always greater than what you know.
I mean, it's a thing that's happened. I mean, Barney, you know that this is a thing that's happened several times. I mean, like uncountable times throughout unrecorded history, presumably.
Yes.
Is where human civilization gets to a point where we think, yeah, we've got it. We got it. Stuffs it all out. There isn't anything else to discover, and that's it.
And then after the next bend, after the next bend, we discovered the whole next paradigm that meant we had to re-explore everything all over again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with that.
I mean, I think that really, I mean, I'm and I'm kind of with you on this, that physics is just an astonishingly amazing thing, but you can't let yourself get too wrapped up in it to think that there's actually nothing else. That it's reality is more than we could even imagine it is.
Yes, agreed with that as well. We cannot get to the we cannot get to the phenomena. We can only explain reality through the phenomena and their interactions. So yes, there will always be things that we don't know. There will always be things that we won't understand. It could be that there are infinitely many paradigm shifts ahead of us. That we will have revolutions such as such as quantum physics was, that completely change our understanding of the basis of reality, of things which similarly call into question what logic and reason is, and what existence is, and what identity is, and what properties are, in a way that quantum physics did. That still doesn't affect my statement, because all of those, huh?
What was your statement? Just to
that of the relevant things, the things that our knowledge, proportional to its significance to us, is way bigger than an infinitesimal.
Well,
that once we have sorted out that chemical elements exist, that was a paradigm shift which changed what elemental constituents of reality are. And then when we discovered atomic physics and quantum physics, that was another paradigm shift. And then when we discovered subatomic particles and the standard model of particle physics, that was another paradigm shift. And quantum field theory is another paradigm shift, and there will be many more. But all of those, none of those denied the actual realities and truths of the theories behind them. It merely refined. Right? It is like you're trying to draw a circle, and you're trying to draw the best possible circle. No matter how good of a circle you draw, you can always draw it better if you take a bigger piece of paper, if you take more care, if you the ratio of the radius to the circumference will always be closer to pi in what you've drawn. And
I think that this happens a lot when you and me talk about things.
We agree, but express it differently.
Well, we're kind of cross talking. What I mean, we as a human civilization, I agree. Yes, we will keep pushing through those boundaries of discovery, exploration, and understanding. But the thing that I would kind of, I don't know if I really made it clear, but the thing that really keeps me awake at night is that human civilization is very, very young, and there is if you think about the possibility that life, the seed of life, is inevitable. There could be civilizations that are billions of years ahead of us that have an understanding that we just could not even find. Do you ever think about that kind of stuff, Barney?
Yes, but I worry about it. It is not a strange thing. Concepts, cognitive concepts, are just man-made things. Well,
I wouldn't say I worry about it. But what about that?
What about it?
Hmm.
It's irrelevant
Exactly.
to your experience as being that you will not have the experience of not being a human. That there may be other sentient things which have concepts and categories and classes of things which group things together in such a way that makes it impossible for you to communicate.
To me, the thing is, to you and I, Barney, and I'm going out on a limb here. I'm imagining that you're not religious, and I'm not. And I couldn't really. It wouldn't upset me, religiously or whatever, if we tomorrow we discovered that there's even not even intelligent life, just life somewhere else. That would be a cause for celebration. It's difficult for people like you and I to put ourselves in the shoes of people where that would actually cause a huge problem. But it's going to happen at some point.
Or it won't. Would you be disturbed if it turns out that it's impossible that there is life anywhere else in the universe except on?
Well, that could never be proven. I happen to think it's inevitable.
Really? In all of those undiscovered discoveries, you don't think there could be some physical law that makes our sun or our planet just so much different that life can only evolve here?
No, I don't think, having kind of looked at all the evidence, I don't think I'm going to say I don't think our sun is the perfect star.
Yeah, and here's the other thing is that
it could be better,
anywhere
more conducive to life.
Sorry, John. Anywhere we find water on Earth, Barney, we also find life, right? So it's you kind of have to almost assume that anywhere that there's water that's in liquid form, there's a possibility for life.
That's not true. The Dead Sea has no life.
Enceladus, baby. Enceladus.
I'm so going full on you. Yes.
That's where I've been trying to push
that's
you.
Still an assumption, and that assumption is not certain, right? If you are only looking on Earth and only looking at the existence of life wherever there is water on Earth, you have two variables in there: that you have water and that you're on Earth. Until you find life in water somewhere else, your claim is somewhat unfounded. It's a fair guess. I genuinely do agree with your guess, but it is not a certainty. It is not
The Enceladus project.
That's okay. Getting shut down by Barney was on my bucket list, so now I can cross it off.
So when they discover microorganisms on Enceladus, will you change your mind, Barney?
Change my mind about what?
The fact that life can be found with water.
No, I already believed that.
And then also, if they find microorganisms on Titan, which has methane lakes, will that change your mind?
Damn it, if I go flat earther, then everybody else goes at me like I'm a flat earther.
Yep.
So, yeah. You weren't... My notion is that you weren't listening to the conversation that was happening that led to this. Or... basically, John said that he would not be miffed if tomorrow we found life on other planets. And I just casually asked him, would he be miffed if we found out, like, for certain that it can only exist on Earth for whatever reason? That's the question that I was trying to get an answer to. I did not come into this trying to prove that Earth is the only place that life can have.
I really hate Sean G because it makes whenever I come on here, I've got to fucking agree with Barney, and I can't stand that.
That's not my fault. He is my god.
You fucking say it's not your fault, motherfucker.
He doesn't have to be your god.
Like, yeah, I mean, it is so important that you've got somebody like Spock. I'm not saying Barney, you're like Spock, but you're kind of like. Who is just really straight in the line, really kind of picking apart these human aspirations of what we would like to happen, what do we want to happen, and actually just slicing it down. It seems like Barney's being really shitty a lot of the time, but all he's doing is just disassembling what people have been saying with logic, and especially on this subject. Well, it's a pet subject of mine. What is the likelihood of alien life? I mean, it has to be kind of dealt with like that, with just severe hammer logic.
Yeah, I think the main problem is dealing with too many unknown factors there. For one thing, we don't know what started life on Earth. It's just a totally unknown. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no known.
There are good theories. There are good theories. There are good ideas. There are things which are showing promise. There are things which could even turn out to be potential avenues for creating new life for the first time since then. Or maybe new life is being created daily, it just doesn't come up.
Have you heard of Barney? Have you heard of the proton waterfall hypothesis?
Proton waterfall? No, doesn't ring a bell.
Well, it's something that started geologically, where you simply have a flow of matter from a higher altitude to a lower altitude.
Googling for proton waterfall just gives me the proton gradient with the ATP synthase.
Well, it is I suppose it is a proton gradient. It's just one of these. It's just it's not a a fully fledged theory, but you can imagine. I don't really want to kind of talk about it much more than that because it's not a. But you know where I'm going with that. If you've got a proton gradient from a high altitude to a low altitude, just through geological happenstance.
I don't know what that means, sir.
You can't have just protons by themselves in a gradient.
No, I'm not talking about protons by themselves. I'm talking about normal matter. I'm not talking about singular protons on their own, but just the action of a gradient from a higher altitude going down to a lower altitude. It is sort of conducive of a transfer of energy.
Oh, is that Tesla thing that you can have aspire and you will have? Oh, damn it! Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
I admire Tesla for what he did, but I'm not. I'm most certainly not an electric universe person. In case you, in case you thought I was. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna plug my phone in and go and make a cup of tea.
Yes, I was watching live on YouTube, and it's buffering for most people.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix it right now.
Blue marbles in here. Gleam. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna be gone for a few minutes to make a cup of tea. And I probably didn't explain the proton waterfall very well. Hopefully, Barney can decipher it. Yeah.
I believe Slick James is not watching.
Yeah,
well, when you guys went from arithmetic to black holes, I got scared and turned my mic off.
Reality doesn't care what you believe about him watching, but there is a fact in reality whether he's watching or not.
Who's watching?
The one who watches.
The watcher. The watcher. I got you.
The one who knows facts but has no beliefs.
Ah, that person.
I did mention his name when I said it, but obviously...
Don't say it.
You did.
Don't say it.
Thank you.
No, I'm not going to.
Thanks, C4. C4 with the super chat. Says, I don't think I've ever given you super chat before, Sean. Here you go. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
You are
Damn,
correct,
C4.
Sean.
Oh, nice.
What do you say, Davros?
You're right, Sean.
I don't know what I said.
Well, it doesn't matter what you said. You're just right.
Exactly.
Fuck. My God, you need an intervention, man.
It's just a shit. You're finally right. You don't even know what about.
Exactly. Well, hey, when you're always right, that's the burden you take.
Damn.
What's the conversation been about? I've missed it. Sorry.
Oh, don't worry about it, Brian.
It must have been
Existential
good.
reasoning between, existential reasoning between Barney and John.
Oh, John Watson.
Yeah, and he apparently hates me.
He hates everyone. He hates himself.
I wouldn't call it hate.
Dislike. That's a good, better word.
No, I don't think he dislikes him at all.
He liked him a lot.
It's weird. It's very complicated.
He hates the fact. He hates the fact that I disagree with him, and then he has to agree with me.
But then you have to agree with him because he agreed with you, Barney. Do you see the cycle of infinitesimal action?
And then ultimately, I'll agree with
Sort of a really weird sibling rivalry is what it is.
Well, Blue, I'm not sure if you were here for it or not, but apparently I have the same mind as Einstein.
What?
I heard
Where the
that.
fuck did you get that from? What?
I came
I
up with
heard that.
wormholes, yo. I came up with a wormhole theory. What?
Oh,
Yeah,
you
where's
did
your
not
Nobel
come up with a theory of any kind.
Yes, I did.
No, you had an idea. There is a huge difference between an idea and a theory.
I have a theory of how a black hole works, and it makes sense.
Does it? Where's the math?
It is explained. Wormholes. Math.
Where's the math?
Go look it up.
Okay,
Google
so
it.
Sam Neill in the Event Horizon explained it better than you.
Well, you know what? I explained it to him. Good thing he simplified it better. What?
You were still in school when that movie came out, Sean.
Yeah, I know. That's why it's even more impressive.
Yep, agreed. And anybody who can convert what if it's not pointing inwards but outwards into Einsteinian theory of Einstein-Rosen bridges? Sure.
Yeah, it's special. Hey,
You're a genius.
How about this? I want all of you to sit back and think real quick. How many of you have thought about that already?
About what?
Exactly.
About wormholes. What if black holes were wormholes that lead to other places?
I thought about that.
It'd be an inverted universe. And here's the better part.
I thought about that 2 decades ago, Sean.
Explain where the graviton is.
No, it wouldn't.
I don't know.
Oh, by the way, you know they detected gravitational waves from Betelgeuse, right?
Did they? Isn't that thing dead or dying or something? Or it's probably dead already. We just don't know it yet.
Probably, yeah.
Oh, that's so amazing. Wait.
No, it's not that far away. Come on.
That wouldn't happen that way.
Yeah,
how long would it take for us
300
to know
plus light years ain't far away.
How long does it take for us to know when it goes, if an event happened?
650 years.
When is it going to die?
In 10 to 100,000 years.
Wait,
So it could already be dead, Sean.
You say 10 to 100,000 years.
10,000 to 100,000.
That's a big window.
It could already be dead, and we won't be alive to see what happens.
Wait, but I thought they were all like, Beetlejuice is gonna die. It's gonna be the first one observed.
Yeah.
No,
That's why they need to write a book now that will last 200,000 years, and then people in 200,000 years can read that book and say, "Oh, he was right." Yeah.
you know how every measurement has uncertainty and has error margins. Well,
Whoa. I'm about to get Einstein again. There should be like a principle explains this.
No.
Sean, you're a genius.
If we got one of those things so wrong that we are on the very edge of the error margins, but still within physical possibility, Betelgeuse could explode literally right now. If it's anywhere middling, if we're even close in our measurements, then it'll take at least 10,000 years, possibly to 100,000 years would be the main frame for its explosion.
Mm-hmm. Problem is, I forgot to put a fuel gauge on that fucking thing.
Yeah, it could already be gone.
It wouldn't be gone if it's 650 light years away.
We wouldn't know it.
For 650 years.
Exactly.
So then it could be gone.
Oh, if we got it wrong, if we got that one thing wrong, then it's already gone, and we're just waiting for the signal to arrive.
And we're talking about Betelgeuse, yeah?
I thought it'd be the signal to end.
What? You thought?
What?
What?
You
Dude.
You said for the signal to arrive.
Yes.
If it blew up now, 650 years from now, we would know it blew up.
Well, if it was 647 years ago, we'd see it in 3 years from now.
That's correct.
Well, according to special relativity, that would depend on your velocity relative to Betelgeuse.
But when general relativity was brought in, they would also know about the Hubble constant.
Sean, stop trying, Sean. Sean, your Travis is showing.
Fuck you.
Barney,
This is
Go back
Barney.
to arithmetic.
Are you there, Barney? Come on, Barney.
Yes, I am here, John.
Yeah. Have you been paying attention to the Betelgeuse?
Yeah.
Are you aware of the cycles of Betelgeuse?
Yes.
And what do you think about? I mean, there is, the coincidence of sort of dimming in the cycles, but now
there are two separate cycles of dimming, and right now they're both active, so it's very dim from as viewed from Earth.
Yes. But there's more than two cycles. But at the moment,
I know too.
It is below that. I just want to see it blow up. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do too. I'd love to. When I get to my balcony and have a smoke, I just check to see where Betelgeuse is.
Imagine if you were given a date it was going to happen, and scientists told you, and you looked out your window and it was cloudy. How pissed off would you be?
People win the lottery, right? So there is a non-zero chance that I will look up at it and then it'll blow. So why not?
I was quite pleased with myself tonight. I saw the sunset, and it was it was clear sky, no cloud, nothing in the sky, and it was bright orange on the horizon after the sun went down. And there was this one, what I assumed was a star, and I thought, can't be a star because the sun's still illuminating the sky, so it must be a planet. I said, it could be Venus. I checked on Stellarium, and it was Venus. So I'm very happy I got it right.
Yay. Venus is really, really bright. So.
Yeah, at the moment it's. Yeah.
If you have a look at it through a telescope, it'll look like a crescent moon.
Oh, people in America will experience that in a few hours' time. I forgot about that. I'm in the UK, so I've already seen.
Seeing what?
Venus. Just after sunset, you'll see a bright star just southwest from your viewpoint. Assuming you're in the northern hemisphere, obviously.
First of all, Skyfly, you will not see a bright star. No, you won't, sir.
I said light. Did I say light or star? Sorry.
You said star.
Okay, I mean light.
That's acceptable. Come on. It looks like a star.
No, it does not.
It looks like a damn planet.
Yeah. Does it twinkle, little star? No.
It does twinkle sometimes. Yeah.
No.
Oh, come on.
Nope.
I zoomed in on Stellarium, and it's about 80% illuminated. So that would mean it's probably almost 20% from its furthest point from Earth.
Wait, how can 80% of it be?
No.
No, that's not how inverse square law works.
You see, the other way around.
It's orbiting around the sun, so I'm saying it technically not behind the sun, but off to the side of it.
Off to the side of it, yes.
Going around the back of the sun.
At a 90-degree angle, making a 90-degree angle with the sun.
And that's why you see it so brightly right after sunset.
Yes. And that's why we see it so far away from the sun.
If you look at it through a telescope, you will actually see something like a crescent moon. And it's not. You don't have to have a humongous telescope to do that.
Will you see light, or do you see a planet?
You see light, but when you zoom in, it's a planet.
Are you fucking with me, Sean?
No, not at all. I'm sorry, dude. Jesus Christ, you sound like Davros. I'm sorry.
The answer there, though, is it has such a thick kind of what's it called?
Cloud cover.
A thick cloud cover that is homogeneous. That's the word I'm looking for. So it's got a nice white homogeneous cloud cover. So it does sort of look like a white crescent light.
Okay, I see. You don't see the actual surface. Or it's difficult to see
you
the
can't.
surface.
Fuck's sake, you can't.
My bad, John.
See,
I'm sorry. Wait, John.
Sorry.
What do you do for a living? Or what do you do? You're like an astronomer, right?
Amongst other things, yeah.
Okay, well, fuck you, because I'm not. You're like,
infamous saying
wait,
that?
motherfucker, you don't know the composition of the atmosphere of Venus?
If you look at Venus through a telescope, you will see a atmosphere.
That's what I said, Sean.
Take a wild guess to what I've never done.
Sean, I said the sun went down, but it was still lighting up the sky, so it couldn't be a star. I said that. I remember saying that now.
I'm so confused.
You know what? You know my most recent stupidly expensive purchase was an ultraviolet filter, like a really high grade ultraviolet filter to image Venus. It cost £200.
What the fuck is wrong with you? See, I'm gonna tell you right now. I want a telescope. I want a telescope, but I'm sorry, I've never in my life spent $600 on a telescope. I just won't do it. There's so many of you guys out there and I thank you for it. And technology, even better. You guys can show us what you see. Thank you.
And you know what? I was thinking about it today. The next, I'm just gonna do it. The next thing that I've wanted to do for years is carbon fiber tube to mount the optics and everything in, which costs something like £1,200.
I really want to ask you what that is, but I'm scared you're gonna yell at me.
No, just the actual tube, the sort of body of the telescope.
Wait.
What, for a Newtonian?
Wait. Does that
for a Newtonian? Yeah.
Does that affect the optics, like because of the temperature and stuff?
It just makes it easier to carry the bastard.
Oh, you fucking lazy.
Well, it makes it lighter, and the big advantage of carbon fiber against metal is that it doesn't contract and expand with temperature. So with a Newtonian, it's kind of like the Hubble, the big tube. If it expands and contracts.
Did you just compare the telescope you want with fucking Hubble?
No, he's talking about the contraction rates of the material.
I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, my
so
bad.
If the
Davros and John are telescoping out right now. It's kind of like nerding out, but
yeah, your Einsteinian classification of yourself is starting to come under question now, Sean.
But yeah, so if you've got a metal construction, it's going to expand and contract, and it's going to alter the focal length, i.e., it's going to change the focus of the telescope. So if you have a carbon fiber telescope tube, it's just going to be rock solid. The focus is not going to change, which is really, really important if you're going to take long exposures. The camera is going to be open for maybe 10 minutes, 20 minutes, maybe even 30 minutes. And you've got to have it in focus all that time. And if the temperature is changing, if you've got a metal tube, it's going to be, the actual physical focal length of the telescope is going to be changing.
Yeah, to answer that question, your telescope, if you put it outside like half an hour before you use it, there's going to be not very much change in it. Obviously, the metal's not going to expand or contract because of the temperature change, and the temperature change is not going to change dramatically over a half an hour period. Anyway, I posted a picture of Venus that I saw tonight, and it was 76.6% illuminated. There you go.
Yeah, but if you've got an aluminium,
who just spoke there?
Sean Little G.
What?
Hey, I knew that'd get your attention. I'm not roboting anymore. I need a picture of you so I can match the skin color for your driver.
What the fuck? Sexy caramel.
Who was the guy that spoke just then?
Was it me?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It was Brian Damage.
Oh, it was Brian. No, Skyfly Bright tonight.
No, you are Brian.
It kind of seemed like you misunderstood what
I didn't misunderstand. I understand exactly what you said. You said a carbon fiber telescope is not subject to the extremes of temperature, which I can agree with. But a metal one, providing you put it outside and leave it for half an hour, will cool down to the temperature outside, and the temperature is not going to change dramatically in the next hour or so to make any changes to that material. So metal ones are perfectly okay.
Yeah, but that's if you put the telescope outside and allow it to adjust, then it will be with the ambient temperature. But if you're doing long exposures, the temperature will actually change enough with a metal tube to put the telescope out of focus.
Okay, what's your definition of long? Because I'm thinking like 20 minutes is long to me personally, but maybe you think some more.
Well, exposures of 5, 10, 20, maybe even like really pushing it 30 minutes.
Yeah, that'd be okay. Nothing would change.
Yeah, but you've also got to allow for setup, location finding, setting the parameters for it, and that over that amount of time, you may get a distortion.
I mean, if you've got you've got a really obvious predictable temperature change, just with the way that the sun goes down, and it comes up, the air starts to warm. If you really, I mean, it's really critical to getting a decent image. I mean, that's just one of the things. But I've actually got.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. I was going to say it's pretty much critical only with telescopes, though, because you have such a razor thin depth of field.
Yeah.
But you should be letting it equalize from daytime to nighttime. And anyways, it's always a good practice, because if you don't, if you take it from a warm inside to a cool nighttime, you run the risk of condensation on your lenses.
When I'm kind of I suppose, I'm kind of talking about, like really precise astrophotography that no one ever really does.
Yeah, it never happens.
Hello,
so Sherry.
I mean, I've got on the optics of my telescope, I have heaters to stop dew forming on the optics, for example, which is computer controlled with a temperature sensor. It's a really big problem in when I'm in central Scotland, and you hear about it being really humid.
Yeah, you got 100% humidity up there normally.
Yeah, well, you do. I mean, you've got 70, 80, 90 odd % humidity in Scotland.
This time of year, most of the time of year.
Yeah, all the time.
What system are you using, I'm wondering? I mean, you got temperature controlled optics. That's pretty cool. What do you use?
Well, it's a big Newtonian astrograph.
Do you have any pictures, John?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much from this telescope. It's still sort of in production, if you like.
The first day I got my telescope, I got 100 pictures in the first half an hour of setting it up. How long have you had your telescope?
The one that I'm building.
Oh, you're building it, are you? Oh, right.
Yeah. It's I've had it for 3 or 4 years, but it's taken a really long time to get. I mean, it's a long build. I mean, to give you an idea, the mirrors for it cost.
Don't worry about the cost. How big are they?
14 inches.
That's massive.
350. 356.
Wait, dude. You're not talking about a fucking telescope. You're talking about like a telescope.
That's fucking massive.
Anyway, John, regards to that, if you've got such a big mirror, most people have digital cameras to attach to them, and you can take 100 pictures in a few minutes, pointing out the moon. Click, 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 click. So you've done it for 3 years and you haven't got any pictures. That's a bit sad.
Oh no, I've got an embarrassment of telescopes, and I haven't used the one that I'm actually building. But my second biggest telescope is a 10-inch diameter, which is 250 millimeters optics.
Do you like see rocks on the moon? Like, are you like identifying like rocks, like actual rocks on the moon, like not boulders, like rocks and shit? 'Cause I've looked at the moon through like cameras and shit. You can see a lot.
You know, I was kind of laughing about I spent fucking 200 what was it? Yeah, 200 quid to buy an ultraviolet filter. I don't want to fully go into it, but the shorter the wavelength that you employ with a telescope is going to give you the maximum resolution, which is ultraviolet with an optical telescope with a mirror. And the resolution that's possible with a 14-inch telescope, it's not actually that far off from Hubble, believe it or not.
I just can't believe that you. Well, I'm not disbelieving what you're saying. I'm disbelieving the fact that you've got all this equipment and you're not taking pictures.
No, I'm still building it. I mean, I don't want the temptation is to just say, fuck it. Yeah, I'll just get it going as it is. What I am determined to do is to make it a really all singing, all dancing astrograph telescope.
Well, I'll get on with it and get it up online and do some live streams.
Yeah, it will be quite a formidable instrument. Because the thing if you the best telescope is a refractor, like a lens telescope.
What,
You know what I mean? Like
a Dobson.
No, that's a Newtonian.
Oh yeah, a celestron. Yeah, like a celestron telescope.
A refractor, like a lens, like like the thing you hold up to your eye.
The old school, the long ones, the really long ones with
yeah
lenses.
They're the best telescopes. But the thing is that when you make them bigger and bigger and bigger, those lenses, when they get really big, they deform under their own weight. So you can't can't really make a telescope kind of bigger than a refractor, bigger than kind of 6 inches diameter.
Why do they deform under their own weight? Is that due to gravity?
Yeah, it's just the weight. Yeah, it's just the weight of them. They just kind of deform because they're you can't support
too heavy.
You can't support them in the middle or anything, or you'll obstruct the field of view. So bigger than that, you have to start to employ mirrors.
So is it one big mirror or hexagonal mirrors that are all in a line to focal to one point or whatever?
well, massive telescopes like the James Webb that they're hopefully going to send into space sometime soon. That's like, you know, multiple hexagons. But the my telescope it's just a really big mirror. But the problem is the difference between, you know, you've got that lensed telescope that I was just talking about with no obstruction. The problem is when you've got to go to what you would call a reflector telescope with a mirror, you've got to have something in the way of the light path going to that mirror to divert the light out to your eye or the camera.
Yeah.
So that just that makes the telescope kind of, compared to a lens telescope, it's just not as good.
So they have a problem with temperature and gravity now. Telescopes.
The Cassegrain that cuts down on light gathering and reduces contrast.
Yeah, I mean the Schmidt Cassegrain was a really popular type of telescope, and you've got an obstruction in the Schmidt Cassegrain, which is what kind of typically like a third of the diameter of the primary optic, and it's. I've got one. That's my telescope that I usually use, a 10-inch Schmidt Cassegrain, and it's got this massive obstruction in the middle of it.
Is it the ether band?
God damn you!
You said it.
No, it's well, kind of. I mean, in a manner of speaking, it kind of is.
Jeez, did you disagree with Travis?
But it is like a what happens, if you've got an obstruction that's limiting your view, it really diminishes like the contrast and the sharpness of what you should be able to see with a 10-inch telescope. And it's but to kind of answer the question, I mean, why have I kind of been in possession of a 14-inch astrograph and not done anything with it? It is to make it like a refracting telescope as much as possible and not skimp. And it's cost a lot of money and a lot of time. And next winter, I think I'll probably be about there.
Okay, John, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Have you seen Jupiter for it? I'm sure you must have looked at that.
Yes. I have actually, yeah.
And did you see the main 4 moons of Jupiter?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah. And what about Saturn and the rings and all that?
Yeah. Well, you can see that through a really quite a small telescope.
I mean, you can see all that with a humble 5-incher if you want.
Yeah. Right. The first time I saw Jupiter and the red spot and whatever was with a 90mm telescope, which is 3.75mm or something.
You guys are talking about like telescopes that cost like thousands.
No, that telescope, the one that I first saw Jupiter with, costs £100 on its own, and you can mount it on a camera tripod.
My 6-inch Newtonian only cost me about 400 Australian.
Yeah.
Yeah, 150mm mirror.
You don't have to spend a lot of money. It's kind of like, I mean, you can spend a fortune on like camera lenses if you want to. But the difference between like kit lenses that you actually, you just get with when you buy a camera, there is a difference. It's not a huge difference, but you certainly pay for that difference.
Yeah, the Celestron Next Star 4-inch telescope currently costs about £600, and you can see the whole of the moon with that. You can see other planets and constellations, nebula and stuff. If you want to move up to a more powerful one, you're talking about a 9-inch telescope, and they cost about £2,000 in the UK. That's pounds, obviously sterling, whatever that is in dollars.
Yeah, the price to quality, curve goes way up when you get into the high end stuff. But I would say in terms of just regular camera lenses, yeah, there's not a whole lot of difference between the normal focal lengths, like wide angle to 50mm, let's say, which is generally what kit lenses do. There's not a whole lot of difference in the actual image quality when you compare it to, a $2,000 wide angle lens. But when you get into the telephotos, oh yeah, there's a huge difference.
What's you on about? When you photograph through a telescope, you don't use a lens. The actual telescope is the lens.
Oh no, I was talking about regular photographic stuff. I know a lot more about that than telescopes.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
Well, yeah, to answer your
the price to quality kind of thing, it happens in both realms.
Well, you should answer your question. I mean, when you photograph through a telescope, yes, the telescope is the lens. Well, you put the camera without a lens onto the telescope.
A T-mount. It's called a T-mount. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a threaded bar with a Bainart fixing for your particular camera, whether it be a Canon or a Sony or whatever, or Nikon. You get the correct fitting for you, and then it fits onto what's called a T-mount, which screws onto the end of the telescope. So when you view through your camera, through the viewfinder, whether you've got like a 2-inch liquid crystal display, you will see it exactly as you see it with your eyes. But if you set up your camera like a one of those camera phones, what are they called? The popular camera phones, I can't remember what they're called. You put it on top of the lens, and then everything's back to front. Then iPhone, that's the word I couldn't remember. iPhone.
Well, that's one way of doing it. I mean, you can. It's called afocal.
Afocal you.
Anyway, where's this going? It's not going anywhere, is it? It's quite boring. I'm sure people are getting bored.
Good. I'm learning about telescopes.
Sean, you don't want a telescope, mate. They're too tall. You won't be able to see through it. Just get a step ladder as well.
You're an asshole, Skyfly.
I'm sorry, mate.
I use my dick as a tripod.
Yeah. Sorry that Skyfly's actually right there, Sean.
No, he's not right.
Hey, what color do you want your passenger, and what color do you want her bikini?
White. Red.
You know, I always like to tell people how much I've actually spent incrementally on this telescope. Just to remind myself, John, you've spent this much. You have to keep going. The optics, the mirror, cost £2,500. And it is a like a research grade mirror. It's sort of smooth and polished to just a stupid degree of fineness, with a certificate of the smoothness of it is comes with an interferometer report on the mirror. So I mean,
Hey, John,
but
John? So what
hiya.
you're telling me is that you plan on watching them land on the moon, on Mars. Happens.
Roger.
Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
man.
Even with a 14-inch telescope, you're not going to see Mars in detail. You're just going to see a small blob. But if you unfocus it, you can make a donut, like most of the flat earthers do with their star pictures out of focus.
But the reason
Can observers on, like, those observatories? Wait, Mars's location makes it difficult.
Depends if it's on the other side of the sun or not.
Well, I guess
no,
that
no,
would
it's
depend on the time of year.
well, you get to you get to a point where you've got diffraction.
Digging, you cut out.
Not limited by the telescope itself at all. It's just limited by the nature of light itself. So you're basically getting a perfect reproduction of whatever you're looking at. And that's the with the price tag. That's what you're aiming for.
I have. Is there a way? Okay, so they sent that rover to Mars.
Mm-hmm.
The rocket would be on a fixed trajectory. Be able to see that with a telescope?
No.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, you couldn't.
Well, you wouldn't
you
see
couldn't.
it, but you would be able to see the reflection of.
Yeah. I mean, it's not. It wouldn't be giving off its own light or anything. But if you looked in the right place where it was, and did a long exposure, you would probably see a trail, if it was sufficiently lit by the sun. I mean, it's kind of, if you've got a, I mean, it seems to a lot of people that we've got to rely on Hubble and whoever to inform us about the night sky. You can see loads of shit just with small telescope.
Do you think that
Hmm?
people end up spending like for instance, like you Davros, Skyfly, like you guys know what you're looking at. Do you think people spend a lot of money expecting to see? Like whenever I was just saying, is there a telescope that can see the surface of Venus? You explain that, hey, stupid, there's an atmosphere there and hazy, blah blah blah.
It's covered in cloud as well, so you wouldn't see it. No.
Yeah, so I mean, but do people, for the most part, end up spending a lot of money on this stuff, thinking they'll be able to see more?
Some people do. Some people do. Actually, the 10-inch Schmidt Cassegrain telescope that I'm using while I'm building the bigger one, I bought that from a lord, like an actual guy that's in the House of Lords in
John, I must
Westminster.
interrupt. How long have you been using telescopes?
Oh, years.
So how many pictures do you have?
I've got a Flickr page. Where
Super! If you post a link in the chat, that'd be great. Thanks. I'll have a look at that.
It's just John Watson on Flickr. JON Watson.
Like I've got thousands of pictures of the moon that I've taken over the last 10 years, probably. Obviously, I don't have them to hand now because they're on an old computer, but I do have them on a hard drive somewhere. So I can say that I do have thousands and thousands of pictures of the moon and stars and other planets and stuff. I'm sure, being more experienced yourself, you must have millions.
Yeah, I've got. I'm quite a sort of perfectionist, I suppose. I don't tend to actually put stuff on Flickr unless I'm like, hey, that's pretty good. I don't sort of spam content like all of it. I'm quite, I'm a bit of a perfectionist that way. But yeah, I forget what the subject was we're actually talking about. But yeah, the telescope, many thousands of pounds, and it will be a really high grade instrument when it's finished. It's not far out. Next winter, it will be ready.
I'm gonna get a telescope one day. It's just not gonna be a great one, and I want to see Horseface Nebula. I want to stop laughing. I want to see the Hubble telescope and the creme de la, one that's gonna give me a Nobel Prize when I find the first alien populated planet.
Sure, when you buy your telescope, buy a hacksaw as well, so you can cut the legs off so the tripod's not too high. I'm really nasty, aren't I? I'm really nasty.
Isn't the Horsehead Nebula a stripper at the Dollar Nightclub?
Shush. Damn, man. I was sounding all smart and shit.
Sean, just download Stellarium. It costs nothing. It's free. And you can see everything that you would see from a telescope 1,000 times better. And you can do it from your armchair at home at any time of the day. And you can even change dates and go back thousands of years and see things in the past and things in the future.
But that's CGI.
It's CGI, but it's far better. It's like movies. It's better than reality.
Should I get a telescope and watch Stellarium on it?
Well, they say the same thing about shrooms there, Skyfly, but those are their own reality.
Oh, no. I definitely think when you're on shrooms, you're seeing the dimension.
I've got Stellarium because I brought a telescope. I only had a 4-inch telescope, and I got Stellarium, and I thought, oh, what's that star there? I'm looking at it. I don't know what it's called. I just get Stellarium up. It tells me the name of the star. I can see it, and I say, yeah, that corresponds with what I can see. That's correct. And it's great.
I was going to say, do you hate that you bought a telescope now? Because now you go outside and you look at something, look at it on your computer.
Well, yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, it's like flight simulators, isn't it? They're amazing. The quality is just fantastic. why buy an aeroplane when you can just get a flight simulator?
Yeah, but
no
if
chance of
if
death.
I look at the Andromeda galaxy, even just through a pair of binoculars without a telescope, you can see the core of the Andromeda galaxy from a dark side, and the photons, the light that's going into your eye, has been traveling for 2.5 million years. It's not through a computer screen or a simulation or whatever. That light has been traveling for 2.5 million years, and that's a really kind of personal
head fuck.
Kind of, it's a really nice experience if you actually sort of contemplate it and you understand what you're looking at.
There's also a plug-in for Solarium now. You can download all the satellites. You can see exactly where every satellite is, and you can plot them and see exactly where they are.
Yeah, don't most of the new telescopes now, like the basic ones, like plug them into your and automate
computerized ones, yeah, computerized ones.
Go straight to the star and look at it.
Yeah, Starfinder.
I can connect my telescope to Stellarium and track satellites, which is
you can actually track the satellite with the telescope that speed.
Yeah, it's not easy, but you can, and you can get. Wow. I mean, it's better just to take to disengage the clutches on the mount and actually just like
turn it manually.
Handle the telescope like a bazooka.
Yeah, I looked into that, and the motors weren't powerful enough to turn it fast enough. For some, for not all the satellites, but some of the satellites.
Well, at that point, wouldn't it just be good to show you where it's going to be at searching?
Oh, there's millions of them, so they're all over the place.
Well, what you do is you've got like a finder scope, like a small
red dot. It's all red dot, isn't it?
And you zero that onto what your field of view is with the big telescope, and you got a camera on the big scope, and you just set it going, and you try and keep the crosshairs on your little finder, like a bazooka. But yeah, you get images of the ISS. You can see the solar panels, the structure of it. It's. I think there is actually a couple of guys just with quite small telescopes. I say small, but like 10-inch diameter telescopes, who have actually managed to get enough resolution and get good enough images to see astronauts on a spacewalk. Yeah. There's a couple of guys that managed to do that, and they've got they kind of like emailed the fucking ISS and say, hey, you fucking I took a picture of you last night, kind of thing, and you can see the comparisons of the guy's image and what was actually going on, and it completely matches up.
Yeah, John. Just for the purpose of the flat earthers, how far would you say these stars are above the flat Earth in the firmament? The glass dome, whatever you call it.
Me?
Sorry, John, not Sean. Did I say Sean?
I don't know, but I was just.
Yeah, you said Sean.
Oh,
did you mean John?
John, yeah, sorry, John, yeah. these stars, based on the flat Earth, they must be in the firmament, maybe 3,000 miles above the Earth. What do you reckon?
It doesn't matter who you ask for that question. We can all give you a different answer if you want.
Well, it doesn't make any sense at all. It's I mean, I haven't done it. I haven't done it yet, but it is possible to take parallax measurements of some of the closest stars, for like Sirius, for example, the brightest star in the sky.
You're using racist mathematics, John. Jeez, get over it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Spacewalk from 3 telescopes.
I mean, if the stars were proximate, if they were near to us, they would change in orientation, and the distances between them would alter. The very fact that the night sky remains the same all the time is all the evidence that you need. That is very, very far away. All these stars. It's just. I mean, as an avid astronomer type person that I am, it just astonishes me that someone can see a sunset or a sunrise and think that the Earth is flat. It's fucking bonkers. I don't know.
So you're not the John Watson that used to slag me off, and you're not the flat Earth, are you?
No, I'm fucking not.
This is not the same John Watson. Nope.
Oh, it's a different one.
Spelled
Sorry.
with an H.
Yeah, he's
spelled with an H.
I just saw your name, and I always remember that guy that used to slag me off, saying the Earth's flat.
This John Watson is the one that set Australia on fire when he left.
Oh, did he? He's to blame. Yeah, he killed the wallaby.
Yeah, well, he came down to Shitney, and then he flicked his cigarette out as he took off.
Ah, I remember now. Yeah.
I'm kind of like, I feel like saying sorry, but then I'm like, well, I've just, I've like, fuck it.
Yeah, but you didn't burn down Byron Bay. We've still got to deal with flat Earth Aussie Jesus. You didn't get rid of him, you bum.
Is that where that cunt lives? Is it?
Yeah, he lives up near Byron Bay. Yeah.
I'm gonna see that cunt. Is that where he lives?
Yeah, he lives up near the rocks.
You've known him for a while.
Ah, fuck's sake.
Jesus Christ.
Robo Tourette's is back.
And the best part is I know he hears us, and he just keeps going.
I didn't even see the dust blowing. How you going, Terry?
Yeah, I've just been sitting back here, half listening.
I did say hello, Terry, when you first came in. Sorry.
No, I must have missed that. No, I wasn't listening when I first came in. Sorry.
I saw you in YouTube. I didn't see you in here.
Yeah, I'm not here. I'm over in YouTube. Yeah.
It's some news that you guys probably don't care about. I had my first shower standing up today.
I'm proud of you, but like TMI at the same. It's like weird.
well, no. I've had to use a shower chair for the last 4 months because I haven't been able to stand up properly. So be nice, you bastard.
I said I'm proud of you, but it's just odd.
Right. What? Too much information? What? That I stood up in the shower? How was that too much information?
It's like saying, why didn't you tell us the first time you peed standing up? You're like, I've been sitting down and peeing for so long. I thought I'd tell you guys when I pee standing up.
No, the problem is that because of the numbness in the foot, in the water, I wouldn't be able to grip it properly.
Grip it? What are you, a fucking monkey?
Grip.
Grip it.
Okay,
Are we talking about?
when
Are we talking about the same
when I'm
thing here?
walking,
Yeah, no.
yeah, when I'm
Wait a
okay,
minute.
when
What?
I'm going to the
Grip?
toilet,
We're
the
talking
floor's
about
not
something
wet.
else. Now you're talking about grip.
Yeah, I don't get what you mean.
Jeez.
Sean, the
mad
floor
at
in the
us.
toilet,
Yeah,
the
I
floor in
know.
the toilet is not wet.
I don't get it.
Okay, everybody, we're talking about grip here.
I don't understand.
Get a grip, Sean. Oh, you've just blown your Einstein credibility now.
You literally keep saying the same thing over and again. It's like, I don't get it. And you're like, well, let me repeat it.
Now, how do you determine how much grip you got? Is there a?
No, so I
Okay.
wouldn't be able to determine whether or not my foot was actually on the ground because it was so fucking numb.
You mean you wouldn't have sensation?
Yeah.
That's all you had to say.
Yeah, if you didn't have any sensation, you wouldn't be able to grip very good, would you?
Yeah, not at all.
That's right.
You should have said that.
It'd be like it was somebody else doing it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'd be laughing at like Terry or something.
What?
Hey, don't bring me into it.
I thought it was a foreigner.
Oh, wait, never mind. Carlos is here. We definitely.
I'll bring Carlos into it now. Hey, Carlos, how's your grip?
Hello, what's going on?
How's your grip?
I'll turn your
we're
microphone
talking
down,
about
Carlos.
grip.
Yeah,
you have to explain your grip.
What?
Hello, Carlos.
What the heck? I can't understand.
Hey, what?
Hey?
Huh?
Everybody's talking at the same time.
No, we're not.
It's already hard to know for me as a foreigner.
Yeah, you do have to like read. You have to like translate it for yourself. That must be so rough.
Yeah, you have to use Google Translator, Carlos.
I can't keep up.
That's like that shit when your parents used to tell you back, like when you were a kid. You ask them how to spell. Look it up in the dictionary. That seems like kind of counterproductive.
Stupid you are. Breed you should not.
Oh, Carlos.
I believe.
I don't know if I believe in Carlos.
What?
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Huh?
Excuse me?
What?
Excuse me.
I don't know.
I'm just getting off work, man. I'm getting settled in.
Why are you
Have
getting
you been
off
up
on work?
telegraph poles?
I already did all of the dancing I could do for the day.
Can you say bitch?
Yes.
When you go up a pole, you got to have good grip.
Can you say fuck you?
No, I cannot say that.
Shit.
Well, you can. You just don't want to.
I am able to. I am just not wanting to.
You say it
Exactly.
in your head. You just said it a few times.
No, I
Yeah,
didn't.
you did. You
At
did
least
so.
once. You said one of those words. At
Show
least
us
once.
evidence that you didn't.
Yeah, prove you didn't.
Dang it, that's only negative evidence. You have no positive evidence that I have said anything in my head.
Positive you did.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm positive you said it in your head.
Yeah, definitely in your head. You were cussing up.
Yeah, Carlos, when you're 14 feet up them telegraph poles, do you fear gravity? They might knock you off and pull you to the ground.
Or do you believe you can fly?
I trust my PPE.
Your PP?
PP?
What?
Your P.
It's personal protective equipment.
Yeah, please tell him. These uneducated knuckleheads.
Well,
Yes, personal protective equipment. You just heard PP. You didn't hear the E.
You're in the wrong community saying those words. That's what all I'm saying.
That's right. That's right, Sean. You have soft hands. You don't know anything about PP.
So you grab your pole with the best grip, and then PP, and then PP
All
after.
right, now. I see where you're going now. You need Jesus.
But if
It's Jesus.
If you have no sensation in your pee-pee, then you have to sit down.
I'm sorry. You need Jesus, my cousin. He can trim hedges for.
I know Jose.
No, Jesus.
Jose.
Anyway,
So you finished pole dancing for the day?
Well, Jose used to, Jose trims hedges. So he used to trim them, kind of flat, but then he came back to the glow. So he reminded he cuts them.
That's like the dirtiest joke you're willing to say, huh? I bet you were like,
That's quite fun.
Did you ask God if that was a little racy before you said it?
Hey, you're going too far, Sean. I'm gonna have to reconsider my friendship with you.
No. Just tell me to shut the fuck up.
Tempting.
See, you just said it in your head.
Yeah, it's tempting because you're the devil.
Damn. Why?
That's demonic devils.
That's not very godly of you. Call me the devil.
I know, I'm joking.
That hurt my
I'm
feelings.
joking. I would never insult the devil. That
hurts.
I'm just kidding.
Devil, that's not something to joke about. Okay, let's just pretend this.
Hey, you do. Listen, you do partake in the devil's.
Now, let's just say, as a fantasy, we're gonna play pretend. Okay, Carlos, right? For a minute, we're gonna.
I'll be the dog.
No. For a minute, we're gonna play pretend. Right?
Okay.
If there was a devil, like, you just called me the worst entity, thing, spirit, whatever, to ever exist. You understand? You said that. I know. For real, there isn't one, so it's kind of like, haha. But
why are you worrying about it?
I don't know, because for someone who does, calling me that is very mean.
Okay.
Right? Like, are you? I bet you wouldn't go around calling people God.
It is curious that you're thinking about it, Sean. I was going to say.
I think your religion's showing, Sean.
Is it? Never mind. I was going to say something.
This is Sean's way trying to get to my head to get me to say a bad word.
No. I'm just trying to understand.
Are you a Pastafarian?
What happened is, hang on, guys. Because what happened, like,
sounds like you're trying to talk your way into heaven, Sean.
No, hell no. I mean, oops. Carlos, you wouldn't call anyone God, right? Never, right?
I believe I can fly.
Carlos, right?
Sean, you're not gonna make me feel bad. I was joking. No matter how many times you say, Carlos.
Just tell me, man. This is like, you wouldn't do that. Okay, you know what? I don't need your answer. Nobody that believes in God, would think calling someone else God would be. So I don't understand is why someone who apparently feels as if there clearly one of us could ever be a God, because God is omnipotent. What is the word?
Taking the piss.
Just say it. I don't need to learn how to say it. Just fill in the
omnipotent.
Thank you. You would think that calling someone, quote unquote, the devil would be like really bad. Like really, really bad.
Dude,
like a scale of 1 1 to 10. Like a scale of 1 to 10, I'm gonna say like a 30 to 45.
God's gone. God's back. Mr. Crash, or Miss Crash rather, keeps coming back and going.
You're totally rumpusing your point, man.
I'm not rumpusing a point.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to understand.
You're gonna have super omnipotence.
You are becoming what you hate. You are becoming what you hate.
I'm trying to understand.
Yeah. It's the super devil.
Why Carlos thinks I'm by far the most evilest thing on earth.
You know what, Sean? I tell you what, Sean, you have a point. Sorry. Does make you happy?
Did you cuss today, Carlos?
No.
No, but
Well, he
I
might
did
as
call
well
Sean the
have.
devil.
He might. Yeah, he might as well have. Yeah, he called him the devil. Carlos.
You
Now
do
that
realize that
now
cursing is.
now
Hang on.
no. Now that I've laid my plot and the scheme is working, here's how this is going to work. Did you understand, Carlos? I'm older than you, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
That's not a really.
Now,
That's not an achievement.
if you fuck you, if you're correct, Carlos, and in your idea you will be. So we're going along now your belief system. I'm going to speak to the man upstairs before you, and I'm going to tell him about this situation. If you do not cuss right now,
The thing is that he already knows, so it doesn't matter. Oh, and then yeah, and by the way, cursing is like telling somebody to go to hell. That's cursing somebody, or saying I curse you that you would die. But anyway.
Carlos, please don't say fuck.
Yeah, I don't say that either, but I'm just saying that cursing.
But you do, Carlos.
But I don't, bro.
No.
I bet when you're on top of that. Sorry, Sean.
We made it very clear. You even admitted. You say it in your head.
When Carlos,
I haven't heard Carlos say the F word on my streams.
No, and he pulls a wire, and it pings back and gets him on the thumb or something and stings. I bet he says words.
Yeah, I bet he does.
Bull spit.
See, but when you say those words, Carlos, you're thinking the real words.
Quad muffin.
Huh? That's kind of weird.
Beep.
You fill in the blank.
Yeah, anyway.
You can say any four-letter word you want, Carlos.
No.
Any what?
No, it has to be a curse word. A word.
Work.
I've not been on your Discord for ages, and I've gone down to rank 7 now.
Trump.
Do you guys really care about that ranking? You know that at any moment I can make a ranking system myself, right?
Can you change it so the flat earthers only achieve level 1?
Dude, there's like no flat earthers in my.
Okay.
There's not one flat earther in here. Every once in a while, Gleam is not a flat earther. That's my favorite part. Everyone having this conversation with Gleam, and they everyone comes back. They're like, "I hate that flat earther." Like, dude, he's not even a flat earther.
I don't hate Gleam. I just got done talking to him in the text. I'm actually glad he's satisfied.
I'm ahead of Carlos, so that's all that matters.
My favorite part, the last highlight that I like about Gleam was just the last time he came, because like he like pops on at these random moments and they just turn into gold. Was for an hour and a half he argued ether, and for an hour and a half everyone told him he was stupid. Then Barney comes in and goes, "Yeah, ether's real."
Gleam is the only person that ever types ha 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 in the chat, and I know what it means. What does it mean?
Funny. And then, at the same time, Barney explained the correct ether in which he was explaining.
But do you know Barney was doing it just to get the conversation? You know that.
Okay, Davros, I'm gonna ask you a question. Have they observed or whatever, blah blah blah, whatever. You know what I'm asking.
There is no ether in space.
Okay, I'm not talking about the Michelson and Morley ether.
Michelson, Morrison?
Michelson.
Whatever,
Morley.
Dude, you know what I'm talking about. But is there other types of ether that they do talk about existing?
I'm still listening, Sean.
They talk about an ether when it comes to the
you are flat earthing
together.
The question. I need you to answer yes or no. Is there other terms that they use ether in that is not the same as what Lemonbirds talks about?
Lemonbird.
Okay, so
Your flat
The
earther
interaction
showing.
between quarks inside a particle.
I don't want that.
When the
I want
gluons attract it, they believe there is an ether between them.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know you were simplifying your answer already. My apologies on that, but I'm still right.
Thank you, Sean. Yes, you are. But that's on a quantum scale, so they can't see it. They don't know it's there. They have no evidence of it. It's just a postulation.
But the idea,
You know what really?
But when
fucks me off.
When Barney came in and said there is an ether, he was correct. Yeah.
He's looking at I think it's the Boyd example of ether, which was back in the
You know
1960s.
what really fucks me off about
Watch your
Gleam
profanity.
and SC Montreal, cynical skeptic. They all say, "Oh no, I'm not a flat earther."
Yeah, they don't want to.
What the fuck is that all about?
Well, see, that's the problem. Montreal isn't a flat earther. He has admitted that the flat Earth argument, it's fun to be in, but he does have a lot of his arguments are coming from a stationary Earth, not flat Earth.
Yeah, that's his name, isn't it?
Yeah, because and then what else he'll do is he will not argue it's flat. He will argue, how do we know the shape? How do we know the contour?
Space.
Less so SC Montreal, but what about Gleam and cynical skeptic in particular?
Oh, those are what we call flat Earth apologists.
Retards. I call them retards.
We call them flat Earth apologists. They like the argument. They like their argument, I guess.
Oh, is that like Bandy being a flat Earth sympathizer?
No, Bandy is just retarded. I love him to death, but he's retarded.
Gleam's in the chat on the Discord so he can hear us. So,
I know.
Gleam's listening.
I know he knows.
Yeah,
He knows exactly how I feel. He knows what I think he is. That man is a glober. I'm telling you right now, he likes the argument. This is what he likes about it.
He knows it's a ball.
He likes. Oh yeah. He likes that he finds scientific descriptions or illustrate, or just something scientific that is not.
Yeah, and he bastardizes it.
And then but what he's doing is he's putting the actual knowledge that someone hasn't heard of something on a big scheme, on a big scale. I mean, so it's like so like the ether thing. These are probably things that if you look, you'll find out and know they are nothing like, for instance, Lemon's ether. Nothing like it at all. But they do exist, because when Barney came in and said, there is ether, and yeah, I am biased. Barney's God. Sorry. I looked into it, and yeah, there's a lot of fucking terms they use to have the term ether. But
yeah, Sean. About a year ago,
it's very much so a placeholder.
About a year ago, me and Gleam went on Beyond the Imaginary Curve together, Dow's show, on a Saturday, Friday night, whatever it was, and Gleam said he was not a flat earther when he spoke to Dow, and I said, I'm not a flat earther, he knows that anyway, but he knows that I don't believe anything he says, so he was rude to me, but Gleam was polite and said, oh yeah, water's always flat, even though he said he was not a flat earther. He said he believes in the globe. He liked him, and we chatted to him for like 10-15 minutes after he booted me, because he agreed with him.
The phenomenon that happened that science tells us about, but they can't figure it out.
Well, Gleam's here now. Sorry, Gleam's here now.
Yeah, I know. Well, Gleam finds those. He likes those articles, those journals, those scientific ideas. Because
when I first heard him speak, I thought he sounds very intelligent.
He does.
Knows
I think
what he's talking about, but he believes
that's his little game. He becomes a fiery, blithering idiot when it comes to text, but when he comes onto the VC, he's civil as can be.
I think that's
which
different. I think
makes
that's how
me
you interpret it, though.
yeah,
I think everyone
which
that we
makes
don't
me
like is talking like a
question
retard
his
in the text.
genuineness.
No, that's accurate.
I like Glenn. I don't
It
think it's
really
that
is.
way. Here's the other thing. I refuse.
No, he
And
does
hang
this.
on.
He does this. He goes, you're wrong, dark matter. You're wrong, dark matter. You're wrong, dark matter. In
Well,
the text.
I can tell you this right now. I don't know what he says in the chat. Do you want to know why? Because Gleam is what I call a novelist, and I hate these people. I've even told Gleam I hate this shit. You know, like I have these uploads, these live streams, and you can comment on them. Well, Gleam is part of a handful of people that exist on YouTube that not only have to comment, those motherfuckers got a lot to say, so they write novels in your comments. So guess what? I've learned to hate reading text. Oh, you have no idea. I get in arguments with my girlfriend about like I don't want to talk about this over messages. I hate reading. Trust me. I glance over at I'm looking at the YouTube chat in the corner of my eye. I don't read anything unless my name gets tagged up into it, and it's a little orange box. Same within the YouTube and the Discord. Otherwise, I'm not reading. I can't. There's so many different conversations. How would you pick? And then so many different people want to say something in between. You get thrown off trying to read one of these conversations. Half the time, I wonder if Gleam is dizzy figuring out who he's even talking to.
Anyways, I'll be glad to continue the little thing we're having in text with Gleam if he wants to come into the voice chat, because I know he'll be a completely different person.
I'd like to speak to him.
Come on in, Gleam, and tell me how dark matter makes me wrong.
How can dark matter matter? That's kind of a trip, right? We know so little about it that it doesn't even matter. Get it?
We could have a big long conversation about the validity or otherwise of Himawari 8. He likes to talk about that.
That's real. I mean, you can look at the local Japanese weather. Guess Australia too, shit, right?
Yeah, you can look at Australian fires.
Fuck your fires, man. That's kind of getting old. Here in America, shit trends, and that shit ain't trending no more.
Fuck your fires. Sean G.
I was just saying, man. That shit was big on Twitter a week ago.
Yeah, but that's why you just recently sent 4 C-130s over. Yeah, nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But it is kind of 2019.
No, but seriously though, you guys got fire still going? Fuck you, GPS. That shit ain't funny.
Gleam says we are very, very lucky because he can't come in. He's got work in 5 hours. So he basically wasted his time shit posting in text to compromise his work performance.
It's
Bravo,
like
Gleam.
It's like Gleam. Gleam's got work, so he can't come in. Was that?
Then why the fuck is he in the VC?
I hate GPS so much. I didn't even read that whole thing. I read it as fast as people were messaging in the Discord. But what I read was retarded. It's like he found a book and just said copy and paste whatever the fuck he could find.
You know that
GPS found a paragraph generator. I swear to God, Carlos, I hate you so much. Fuck you. Carlos decided to go on a tagging spree on my fucking channel. That is awesome. A random paragraph generator. Oh, saving that one. I appreciate that. Oh wow, yeah. Oh fucking A. You know what? I bet this would get Pete too.
And the Dodo and Aristarchus. Aristarchus is just one. It's a reflection. It's a reflection of the sun.
I'm telling you right
projecting out.
It's Polaris reflecting on the dome, and then the dome's reflecting the sun to the moon. Like, what do you think you are, a monkey on a spinning water?
Check out, man. You don't know what you're talking about. You look at the dodo, and you can see that Obama is actually an actor.
The next time Pete is live, I'm going into his chat, and I'm going to use.
I present to you Globama.
You should have Will Smith. You know the Queen image, like no matter which way, it's like a queen. If you an old queen one way, and then it's a pretty lady on the other. If you turn it over, you need to have that, like for Obama and Will Smith in that.
No.
Yep.
How long's this stream been going for, Sean?
Almost 5 hours. I'm tired.
Wow, you're trying to get 10 numbers, aren't you?
Wow, it's almost like up to Terry standard.
Sean's 10 bowls in.
Oh, you have no idea. I'm way past it.
Oh, Terry's unmuted.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Put it this way. I basically put everything away on my own.
Yeah, Sean's baked.
Sean, you have a DM.
I know. I got 2 DMs from Crash, but I'm in the middle of the moment.
Yeah, he's also in the middle of a bowl.
Hey, Sean, I'm gonna DM you on the download, okay?
You know what? I would say that's not true, Davros.
But
I gotta finish painting. What are we gonna call your passenger, dude? I know we're calling the figure I'm painting for you, Little G. What are we gonna call your passenger?
Happy.
I would never date a girl named Happy. That sounds tragic.
No, it's just what you're calling her.
It would be a happy accident.
What is Gleam if it's not a flat earther? Is it a concave earther? I don't know. I'm confused.
I can paint her all up like a.
He says he's agnostic. No, he's a flat Earth apologist. He likes.
What does that mean?
Up like a sex doll.
He's a
complete arsehole. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I got it.
They like to argue. They argue. That's what they do.
He's chatting. He wants to type in the chat. No one's reading it apart from a couple of people that are watching it.
He says he's a.
He's here. He can talk, but he doesn't want to talk.
A single thing
because he's got nothing
no
to
flat
say.
Earther, no global.
Nobody.
We are all just humans with ideas. Well,
Sarah, you going on tonight?
Yeah, I'm Carlos. You know what?
I just cut you off, man. Sorry.
It's like he's cheating on you, Sean.
Who?
Glenn.
Carlos.
Well,
And
Terry, you don't try to make me curse on your stream.
Oh, you're gonna curse.
I don't make anyone curse on my stream.
No, we do it naturally.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hire someone to troll you enough till you curse.
I love Terry's stream. It's always upside down.
I was gonna say you can get the man of God, but actually I'll get along with him now after I went to his stream.
I'm gonna make Nathan sing a song for another man.
Or Nathan Thompson, you mean?
Yep.
Now we're talking.
What if I told
I've
you?
seen Nathan.
What if I told you
Nathan
when I
Thompson.
said I left that night? Because
I watched Nathan Thompson go to church and got kicked out by a couple of old blokes.
Well, I watched
No,
Nathan.
about 4 of them,
I
yeah,
watched Nathan sit on the edge of his bed and talk to Carlos for an hour plus.
And serenade him.
And serenade
I made a
him
song about it.
with a song
Hey,
twice.
It's
No,
more.
Skyfly, your song is crap.
Sorry, mate.
Song is crap.
No, it's good. I like it.
No, you need to the song.
He sounds better than
The
Nathan,
song that Nathan sang to Carlos. came from Nathan's heart, and it grabbed Carlos's heart, and Carlos
Made it swear.
gave it back. He said, "Take my heart," and Nathan said, "I will take your heart." And he said, "Serenade me," and Carlos said, "I will serenade you." And then Bull, I do not lie, especially because I need to get to heaven. Because if there is a God, I need to tell him you're an asshole before you get there.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. You told me to
Nah,
go to
don't
hell.
say
That's so fucking rude. That's like put it this way, like when like you like have a profession, and like for instance, like pimps and hoes. The pimp's like the top, and the bitches are at the bottom, and like on like a level of just pure evilness, you called me something at the hoe rate. Like you're the devil. You're the worst of the worst. You're bottom of the
I
barrel.
didn't say women like that.
I wasn't.
Sean,
what the hell? I wasn't
Sean,
comparing that. What are you talking about,
Sean,
Carlos? It's not very godly of you, dude. Huh?
Sean, only one thing is certain. None of us will see heaven.
Speak for yourself.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
That's what I believe too, John. But that
Yeah,
means
question,
but
Carlos.
hang
How
on,
are you?
No, Davros. And Davros, this question goes to you too. How the fuck are we gonna feel when we get up when we die? And he's looking at us like, who's real now, bitch?
Yeah, well, here's the question that's going to mess you all up.
Mhm.
How are you physically going to see heaven if you're dead?
Spirit. My spirit.
No, how are you physically going to see heaven?
How do you know you don't get to take your body?
Nope, doesn't work that way.
Huh?
Body doesn't leave the ground. Your body stays in the ground. Your eyes stay in the ground.
For how long?
Forever.
Oh, okay. So if I bury,
Forever
if I unbury a casket from 1,000 years ago, is that body?
You'll
in there
find
still?
their bones.
What about their body?
Yeah, they would have decayed.
How
They
do
will
you
have
know-
go anywhere.
How do you call it decay? But how do you know it's not leaving the body and going to heaven?
Oh, what? So you have to wait for your body to decay for all of it to come up to heaven with you?
You call it decay.
Yeah, so you have to wait for all that decay to happen for everything to go up to heaven.
You call it decay. It could happen instantly.
But it doesn't.
Why? How do you?
You
know?
have no evidence.
Yes, I do.
Now that's what I need.
Yeah, we
That's
know
what I
some.
need. Half-baked Sean G talking about heaven.
I got your back. Okay, and I ain't half baked. Full. Okay, so
Your religion is showing, Sean.
okay, but this is fun. Stop. Okay, so wait, what'd you say?
So no, because the statement that I'm going to see heaven is a misnomer.
okay.
You yourself will not see.
Okay, I got it. The only way we could know. Look, how do you know at like 900 years, God's not like, you deserve your body back, your physical body. So I'll go get it for you. He takes it. We look, and all we see is bones. You don't need bones in heaven. There's no land. It's up in heaven. 0G. You don't need bones.
You're gonna be made out of ether band.
Shut up, Carlos. You're fucking it up. and then, I mean, Carlos, if I'm saying anything wrong, you can stop me. Just say, shut the fuck up, okay? But otherwise, shut up.
Oh, well, I'm not gonna say that.
Then you should never cut me off. It's awesome. Okay, so, what was I saying? Okay, got it. Okay, so we can only verify that by waiting 900 years and then digging up a body. And if its body isn't there, then how are you saying I'm wrong?
Time is a construct for humans. God is almighty.
Plus you have no evidence.
We buried the body in there.
Yeah, where's your evidence that where's your evidence that the body went to heaven?
I have my evidence.
It's not in the casket anymore.
So how do you know that it just didn't get eaten by worms?
Because there's no holes, no worms, or because
Just make sure you put them in the glass trash bag so that bugs don't get in.
I need verification that worms ate the body then. Where are these worms?
My father worked in a cemetery for over 20 years. You don't want to know where the body waste goes from buried people, do you?
I do. I know.
Yeah, they
just
have to
gets-
put
it-
drainage. They have to put drainage in
I know.
as it seeps out of the casket.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I have a friend who used to dig graves. He was a lovely guy, but
They're very morbid, aren't they?
He's a lovely guy. But anyway, he had to like excavate a fairly recent grave because like a woman died, and then quite soon after her husband died, and they wanted to be buried in the same plot, you know. So he had to dig up the grave, and he got down to the coffin, the woman's coffin, and it had been I don't know how long, but I mean like it was months or maybe a year or something, I don't know, and he was standing in the grave, and he put his foot through the the top of the coffin. He described it in quite graphic detail in the pub, but it was like sludge, and but the main thing was the smell. He was just like, I'd never ever smell something that bad in my fucking life.
All right, kids. That was the perfect way to end the stream.
Yeah. Go do your thing, Sean.
Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm tired. I've been live for way too long. Thank God for
How
rain.
long's too long?
Cool story, bro.
Fuck you. I hate
Sorry, I
you,
got cut
Carlos. Hey, Carlos. I'm gonna let you right now. I'm really gonna force this situation of you cussing. Unless you just want to stop this problem from happening for you. And just say maybe like a shit real quick. Just fuck.
Hello?
Thanks for watching the Sean G. Joe show. And Carlos is going to swear and Stingrace just joined. But he doesn't give a fuck.
And what happens inside a black hole, Sean?
You get black.
Probably the same thing as a white one, but who's to say?
Sean, isn't a black hole just like much like the plug in your sink or something like that? Is that not what a black hole is? Poof.
It's poof positive.
That was perfect timing, Stingray.
No.
I will be back, guys. I'm going to deafen myself in my YouTube stream.
A black hole's like Tina Turner.
I do appreciate everyone for being here. Today was a fun combo. Thank you. All right, guys. Way too long. Let's go ahead and I'm going to end it. Aaron, there is a way for you to go back into the YouTube archive thing or blah 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 and get your $2 back. I want nothing to do with your shit. Last night I saw you talking to Travis, telling them some bullshit. You're not welcome here, dude. So I need you to just bugger the fuck off. Real shit. I'm not even joking around right now. You're no longer welcome here, Aaron. Bye. Yeah. So with that said, guys, today was a fun conversation. And whatever I have to do, Aaron, I'll make sure I dispute that $2. I want nothing to do with you. fun conversation. Other than that, oh yeah, Terry's gonna be live in a little bit, so go there. Now that Aaron has irritated me, I'm gonna go get high again and then eat some munchies. So with that being said, Aaron, go fuck yourself. Everyone else, peace.